Chapter 42:29. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The gazes of the great divine kings instantly focused on the sword of Zhu in Ningqi's hand. Wasn't the power of this sword a little too terrifying? It could actually dispel the strange aura on great divine king's sacred immortal? Looking at it from another perspective, didn't this mean that this sword could restrain that kind of black-haired monster? Many great divine kings subconsciously had a fiery look in their eyes, but when they thought about it clearly, the fiery look in their eyes immediately dissipated. The other party was a terrifying existence that could instantly kill 70% of great divine kings. Just the method that he used to suppress great divine King Blood Moon made them lose their will to fight. It was obviously unrealistic to snatch this sword from such an existence. After 9 Saint Great Divine King confirmed that the strange aura on Great Divine King's sacred immortal had been completely dispelled, he looked at Ningqi with sparkling eyes. Great Divine King Beixian, with the sword of Zhu, even if we encounter that kind of monster, we can easily kill it. Perhaps we can really find out the secret of this world. Ningqi looked at the sword of Zhu in his hand and suddenly smiled as he shook his head. There's no need to continue. What? 9 Saint Great Divine King was stunned. The rest of the Great Divine Kings heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ningqi didn't agree to go deep into the void of the universe, 9 Saint Great Divine King wouldn't continue. They wouldn't have to face that kind of chilling danger anymore. Great Divine King Beixian, why don't you continue? 9 Saint Great Divine King's face was a little ugly. I still feel that someone isn't too willing for us to continue. We'd better go back and think about this carefully. We'll talk about it after we've thought it through. Ningqi smiled as he shook his head and turned to leave. 9 Saint Great World. One by one, 9 Saint Great Divine Kings bowed and bade farewell. After they had all left, 9 Saint Great Divine King looked at Great Divine King Sacred Immortal. What do you think he meant by that? I also feel that it's too much of a coincidence. The great celestial sage Godly King's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. When we just obtained the sword embryos of the Sword of God, the black-haired monster suddenly tore through the void and came here. There's no reason for them to have been watching the great celestial sage world all this time, and their timing was so precise. After a pause, the great celestial sage Godly King frowned and said, "This time, when we just stepped into the ancient starry sky, the Blood Moon Great Celestial King was assimilated by that aura, and the assimilation speed was much faster than mine. If it had been that fast back then, I would have been long dead. I might not have been able to wait until Divine King Beixian remembered to use the Sword of God to remove the strange aura in my body. It's just a coincidence." The 9 Saint Great Godly King shook his head. Even if it's not a coincidence, it could also be that those monsters are afraid of the Sword of Gods, so they have always been paying attention to the sword embryo. I just happened to see you and him taking out the sword embryo, so I wanted to kill you. I don't think it's a coincidence. Sacred Celestial Great Divine King shook his head slightly. Great Divine King Beixian seems to be worried. He must have thought of something. According to him, there is indeed someone who doesn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky. Why don't you tell me who it is? I think he discovered the magical use of the Sword of God and planned to go to the ancient starry sky alone. If it wasn't for my strength being weaker than him. The 9 Saint Great Godly King was somewhat unwilling. Who doesn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky? The sacred celestial Great Godly King's gaze became more and more strange. He glanced at the 9 Saint Great Godly King. Haven't you thought of it? When you just made up your mind to go to the ancient starry sky, who called us over? Hongjun. The 9 Saint Great Godly King's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Then, he smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to say that he is related to those monsters? It was he who didn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky, so he made the Blood Moon Great Godly King, who had just stepped into the ancient starry sky for less than a day, then. The nine-saint great godly king shut his mouth, and the expression on his face gradually became somewhat strange. Why did you stop talking? A cold light flashed across the sacred celestial great godly king's eyes. Did you think that other than being godly kings, those monsters couldn't have planted a strange aura on the blood moon great godly king's body without a sound? Among these great godly kings, Hongjun was the strongest and was revered as the #1 great godly king in the universe. The blood moon great godly king often went to attend classes. If he wanted to make a move, how many chances would he have? But the nine-saint great godly king frowned deeply. Why? If it was really him, why would a great godly king like us stop us from going to the ancient starry sky? Why could he control those black-haired monsters? I don't know the exact reason, but it's not impossible. So, we have to be more careful in the future. It's best if we don't meet with Hongjun again. The sacred celestial great godly king said lightly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the hall. The nine-saint great godly king and the sacred celestial great godly king were slightly stunned. Without the nine-saint great godly king's order, it was impossible for any godly king to trespass this place. The two of them looked up, and a divine light flashed in their eyes. When they saw the person clearly, the nine-saint great godly king instantly gasped in his heart. Hongjun! The sacred celestial great godly king's eyes focused, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The two of them looked at each other, and the remaining 4 heads of the nine-saint great godly king suddenly revealed a smile. He stood up and said, "Great godly King Hongjun, why did you suddenly come here today? If you have any instructions, just tell me directly. There's no need for you to personally make a trip." "I didn't really want to make a trip, but who asked you to suspect me?" Hongjun chuckled softly. Thump! The sacred celestial great godly king and the nine-saint great godly king looked at each other, and they both saw a flash of horror in each other's eyes. Didn't Hongjun's words prove that the other party was really related to the black-haired monsters in the ancient starry sky? Moreover, the other party had always been monitoring the two of them, so he could know their conversation at the first moment? But they were all great godly kings, so how did the other party manage to monitor them so silently? Great godly King Hongjun, what did you mean by what you said just now? The two of us suspected you? What did we suspect? The nine-saint great godly king smiled embarrassedly. There's no need to think about escaping. This place has already been sealed by me. Even the great godly kings who just left this place, I've also sent them on their way one by one. Hongjun shook his head slightly. After pausing for a while, he said, "Let's get straight to the point. Those great godly kings all died in your hands?" The sacred celestial great godly king's expression became somewhat solemn. Hongjun's words really caused their hearts to turn cold. "It can't be considered as dying in my hands. They're just following the will of the heavenly way. Since they want to leave this world, then I'll let them become the protectors of this world," Hongjun said with a faint smile. "What exactly do you want to say? Are you really related to those black-haired monsters? The aura on the blood moon great godly king's body was planted by you?" The nine-saint great godly king no longer smiled embarrassedly, and his face revealed a trace of solemnity. The other party had already come straight to the point. There was no meaning in continuing to play dumb. Chapter 42:30. I just don't want you guys to go to the ancient starry sky again. It's not a place you can go. Hongjun sighed faintly. Hongjun, we respect you as the top expert in the universe, but you might not be a match for Divine King Beixian. Why don't you make it clear? What's your purpose? Why don't you want us to go to the ancient starry sky? What's hidden there? Sacred Divine King Celestial said. You don't need to know about this. Hongjun smiled. I just want this world to be the same as before. Are you really in cahoots with those monsters? What about the mother of Nether Spider? What does that have to do with you? Let this world go back to normal? Will there be some changes in this world if we go to the ancient starry sky? The nine-saint great godly king frowned slightly. Since a long time ago, there have been divine masters and divine kings continuously heading to the ancient starry sky. At that time, you definitely weren't born yet, and you might not have even become a cultivator. I've reincarnated countless times in this world. The time I've existed isn't something you can imagine. Hong Jun smiled. After saying so much, he still hasn't appeared. It seems that he has really left. In that case, the two of you should be on your way. The nine-saint great godly king and the sage great godly king were slightly shocked. They didn't have time to think about the reincarnation that Hong Jun mentioned. They only had one chance now that Hong Jun was about to attack. As long as they could block Hong Jun's attack, they could escape from this place. Who said I'm gone? A voice was heard. Sacred Divine King and Nine-Saint Divine King's expressions changed as they looked out of the hall in surprise. I knew you haven't left yet. Hong Jun smiled and turned to look at Ningqi. The Nine-Saint Great Godly King and the Celestial Saint Great Godly King looked at each other and suddenly attacked Hong Jun, who had his back facing them. However, they were frozen on the spot as soon as they used their move. Don't waste your energy. There's a huge gap between you and me. You won't be able to hurt me even if I stand here. Hong Jun smiled without turning his head. How can there be such a huge gap? The two looked at each other. Although Hong Jun was the top expert in the universe, the two thought that he was at most 1 or 2 levels stronger than them. The opponent's methods were shocking. This feeling was just like when they faced Ningqi earlier. Good move. Ningqi looked at Hong Jun and smiled with a sigh. I just don't know why you want to stop us from setting foot in the ancient starry sky. If you have any difficulties, why don't you just say it? I believe these godly monarchs will understand. You can't say it directly. Hong Jun smiled faintly. If I speak frankly, this world will be in complete chaos. Even if you have guessed some things, it will always be a guess and cannot be said frankly. If you don't speak frankly, you might not be able to leave this place today, Ningqi said lightly. I sense the aura of the Netherworld Spider Mother from you. Your strength is probably related to her, right? Hong Jun smiled. Netherworld Spider Mother? The gazes of the Nine-Saint Great Godly King and the Celestial Saint Great Godly King instantly turned strange. They knew that Ningqi had once escaped from that being's hands, but they had never thought that the other's strength would come from the Netherworld Spider Mother. What else do you know? Ningqi had a curious look on his face. Why don't you tell me everything you know and what you can say? I will consider if I should be your enemy. Hong Jun was silent for a few breaths, as if he was considering this matter. In the end, he smiled and shook his head. There is no need for that. In this world, I will not die. Even if I am not your opponent, I will find out about you and it will be difficult for you to resist the following methods. In this world, you will not die. Ningqi felt that this was the key to this sentence. Hong Jun nodded slightly. According to what you said, which world will you die in? Is it the place that you are trying to stop us from setting foot in? Ningqi smiled. I can't say. Hong Jun smiled. Ningqi's heart stirred. This time, his method encountered a slight obstruction, but the obstruction was not too strong. Hong Jun's body began to change. This kind of method is indeed difficult for ordinary people to resist. Hong Jun did not panic at all. He even began to look at the changes in his body with interest. Nine-Saint Great Divine King and Sacred Celestial Great Divine King had a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Hong Jun was so calm. Could it really be as he said, that he would not die in this world? Wouldn't that mean that he would be immortal? Even the Divine Lords back then could not do this. Otherwise, why would those Divine Lords set foot in the ancient starry sky and lose their lives in vain? In an instant, Hong Jun completely disappeared. Is Mystic North Great Divine King dead? Sacred Celestial Great Divine King looked around but did not find Hong Jun's aura. This meant that Hong Jun should be completely dead, like 70% Great Divine King. If he didn't lie, he should not be dead. Ning Qi's face showed a rare trace of seriousness. This feeling was very mysterious. It was not because of what Hong Jun had said that made him feel that Hong Jun was not completely dead. It was because he really felt that Hong Jun was not completely dead. Of course I will not lie. Hong Jun's voice was heard outside the hall. He slowly walked into the hall and smiled at Ning Qi. Lying is meaningless to me. He really did not die. 9 Saint Great Divine King and Sacred Celestial Great Divine King looked at each other. Hong Jun actually came back to life under Ning Qi's technique. No, he did not come back to life. Otherwise, why would he walk in from the outside? Sacred Celestial Great Divine King's eyes were filled with deep doubt. He couldn't understand how Hong Jun managed to do it. Could it be the spiritual energy technique? It wasn't his original body just now? And it's not his original body now? You can resurrect infinitely? Ning Qi's eyes moved as he sized Hong Jun up. He was really curious about Hong Jun's technique. However, he was sure that Hong Jun was no match for him. Even if Hong Jun could resurrect infinitely, Hong Jun could not do anything to him. This explained why Hong Jun did not directly suppress him when they first met. Anyway, I will not die here, Hong Jun said with a faint smile. If the 3 of you promise me not to go to the ancient starry sky again and hand over the Zhu God sword, I will pretend that this never happened. We can discuss the former, but I will not give you the Zhu God sword unless you can tell me what relationship you have with the black-furred monsters and what kind of existence they are. Ning Qi smiled. They can be ordered by you? You can command them? They are the protectors of this world. If a divine master or divine king dies in the ancient starry sky, they will become existences like them. Hong Jun smiled. As for the rest, I really cannot explain. Chapter 42-31. It was indescribable. It was indescribable. The 9 Saint Divine King was fuming with anger. The other party killed the Blood Moon Divine King without saying a word. The purpose was to warn them not to set foot in the ancient starry sky. But he never told them the reason why they were not allowed to set foot in the ancient starry sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, the 9 Saint Divine King would have fought with Hong Jun. He couldn't vent his anger. You're afraid that we'll set foot in the ancient starry sky because you don't want us to know this secret? Is this secret important to all the worlds, or is it important to you personally? Ning Qi smiled. The 9 Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King were surprised. Yes, Hong Jun's motive was also very important. If they could determine his motive, they could decide how to deal with it. If it was really for personal reasons that he didn't want them to set foot in the ancient starry sky, then they would have to look into it. Hong Jun smiled and didn't say anything. Then let's see if you can live forever. Ning Qi smiled. Hong Jun was traced back to his origin again. Not long after, he walked in from outside the hall. This was the 2nd time. After the 3rd, 4th, 5th, until the 100th time, the 9 Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King were finally sure that Hong Jun wouldn't die. This move of mine can make people trace back to their origin. Even so, I can't kill you completely. Looks like your origin is really not here. Ning Qi didn't make a move on the 100th time and sighed. The origin is not here? Divine King Beixian, does that mean this isn't his real body? The Saint Celestial Divine King asked. That's right. Ning Qi looked at Hong Jun with a faint smile. If this is your real body, you would have died a long time ago. There's no way that you can survive after your origin is destroyed. Even if it was me, it would be the same. Without the origin, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate, let alone reincarnate. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Your origin should be residing in that cosmic void, right? Are you afraid that we'll find out where your origin is? The 9 Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King gasped. Ning Qi's words made them completely understand why Hong Jun didn't let them set foot in the ancient starry sky. Ning Qi's guess was highly possible. In this way they could also understand why Hong Jun stopped them. In fact, your source is in that huge city? Could it be that the thing that the Netherworld Spider Mother is guarding is your source? If I kill the Netherworld Spider Mother, I might be able to see your origin? Is that so, Senior Hong Jun? Ning Qi asked with a smile. Hong Jun was silent for a few breaths, then sighed softly. Excessive guessing will make you go to a dead end. Can't you all live well in the myriad heavens? Although it must be extended by absorbing life force. But to you, this is already a boundless lifespan, almost comparable to eternal life. This is still not enough to satisfy you? Rather than living mindlessly, it's better to die knowing the truth. That way I can rest in peace. I believe Grand Divine King Beixian has the same thoughts as us. Hong Jun, no matter what your purpose is, you can't stop the Divine King Beixian. You let him attack you. It's not that you don't want to fight back, but you don't have the ability to. You can stop us, but you can't stop Grand Divine King Beixian. 9 Saint Great Divine King said with a gloomy smile. I'm indeed not his match. But in this life, I'm only half a step away from the Divine Master Realm. He can't kill me, so he's destined to be suppressed by me. Hong Jun smiled, then cupped his fists and bowed to Ning Qi. Grand Divine King Beixian, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he walked out of the hall. Ning Qi and 9 Saint Great Divine King looked at his back quietly until he disappeared at the entrance of the hall. Grand Divine King Beixian, we never thought that the once number 1 expert in the myriad heavens would actually be related to the ancient starry sky. If what he said is true, I'm afraid he has already reincarnated countless times. In the past, he might have been in the Divine Master Realm. Great Divine King Celestial's expression was rather solemn. In his opinion, although Ning Qi could beat Hong Jun now, it was very likely that the other party had the experience of stepping into the Divine Master Realm. If the other party had stepped into the Divine Master Realm, then Ning Qi might not be a match for a Divine Master. On the path of cultivation, the gap between each realm was a huge chasm that was impossible to cross. If we want to kill him, we have to find his source. If we can't find it, everything is just empty talk. Ning Qi shook his head slightly. After a pause, he said, I don't think he'll come to find you again. I'll take my leave first. Where are you going, Grand Divine King Beixian? Shouldn't we strike the iron while it's hot and go straight to the ancient starry sky? While Hong Jun is still not a match for you, shouldn't we find his source? If the source is in that giant city, then we'll kill the Nether Spider Queen and find Hong Jun's source. 9 Saint Great Divine King looked at Ning Qi in surprise. It's useless. We're not prepared enough. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward and disappeared in front of the two of them. He's left this world. Great Divine King Celestial sighed softly. After a pause, he said, I'll also return to the great Celestial Saint world to take a look. Perhaps there will be a great calamity in the future. There are some things that need to be explained. Don't be so pessimistic. 9 Saint Great Divine King shook his head and said, Hong Jun just left. He might be hiding in the side and spying on us. It's not safe for you to leave now. We'd better stay here and discuss. If he really comes to kill us again, we won't be a match for him even if we stand together. Great Divine King Celestial shook his head and cupped his fist. I'll take my leave first. Don't act rashly before there's news from Grand Divine King Beixian. Otherwise, you'll end up like Blood Moon Grand Divine King. Got it. 9 Saint Great Divine King nodded with a serious expression. After Ning Qi left the 9 Saint Great World, he immediately returned to the Shenluo Great World. He stood quietly in the void for a while. After confirming that Hong Jun hadn't been there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Hong Jun wasn't a match for him, he had strange tricks up his sleeve. He had to be careful. During his absence, the heavenly court had been rebuilt again. Previously, because of the Silver Dragon, a group of cultivators who weren't loyal enough were eliminated. Now, those who remained were basically loyal to the heavenly court. Ningqi walked into the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. The Sea King and the others had been waiting for a long time. Grand Divine King Beixian, we've flipped through the ancient books and finally found some information related to the Netherworld Spider Mother. The Sea King stood up and said with a serious expression, "Related to the Netherworld Spider Mother?" Ningqi nodded slightly. After sitting down, he gestured to the Sea King. "Please speak." Chapter 4232. In Ningqi's opinion, the information that the Ocean King and the others could obtain about the Nether Spider Queen should be limited. Even an existence like the Nine Saint Great Divine King, who could be ranked in the myriad worlds, knew very little about the Netherworld Spider Queen. Divine King Beixian, we found this jade slip after searching the Shunluo world several times. It was unknown how many years had passed since the jade slip had been preserved, but the information contained within it had become incomplete and incomplete. But there is information about the Nether Spider Queen in it. The Ocean King handed Ningqi a jade slip and said. Ningqi took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine will. The information inside was indeed incomplete, and the jade slip's style didn't match the current era. It must have existed for many years. The Ocean King and the others had indeed spent a lot of effort to find such a jade slip in the vast Shunluo world. Recollecting his thoughts, Ningqi began to focus on the information in the jade slip. A while later, Ningqi put down the jade slip with a strange expression. There wasn't a lot of information in the jade slip, but it was very accurate. It described a huge city in the world, and there was an illusory world in the city. When one woke up, he found himself in a dilapidated temple, facing a monster with human heads all over its body. This information wasn't very helpful to Ningqi, because he had experienced it himself. But this jade slip was enough to prove that Ningqi wasn't the only one who escaped from the city. Many years ago, someone from the Shunluo Great World had also escaped from the city. As for who that person could be, Hong Jun, Ningqi thought to himself. The possibility of it being him was high, but not high either. The other party obviously knew more than him, so it was very likely that he had seen the Nether Spider Queen. Also, Hong Jun had reincarnated in the Shunluo world, so the possibility of him leaving this jade slip was very high. However, judging from Hong Jun's previous attitude, with his unspeakable personality, there was no reason for him to deliberately leave such a jade slip. What a pity! There's definitely more information in the jade slip. But because it's been so long, only this bit of information has been preserved. The rest of the information should be quite crucial. The person who left this jade scroll might have some of his own experience. The Sea King and the others had been observing Ningqi's expression. Seeing that Ningqi had finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, the Ocean King asked, "Grand Divine King Beixian, is the information useful? I've seen it with my own eyes. It doesn't have much effect." Ningqi smiled faintly. The Sea King and the others were slightly disappointed. Ningqi smiled. "But at least I know that there are people in this world who have escaped from the hands of this Netherworld Spider Mother." Only then did the four of them look a little better. Otherwise, after working so hard and exhausting so much of his mental energy, it would be too disappointing if the item he found in the end was useless. At this moment, Fang Lingming and the other ladies who received the news slowly walked into the hall. Seeing this, the Sea King and the other three got up and left. "Husband, did you find Hao Tian's whereabouts this time?" Fang Lingming sat beside Ningqi and asked expectantly. Ningqi shook his head with a wry smile. Little Hao Tian seemed to have disappeared from this world. If it wasn't for Ziyun, Ning Qi even suspected that Ning Haotian might have died and been reincarnated. Even the Grand Divine King couldn't find a person to reincarnate. If the world I saw in the giant city is real, then Ziyun's means must be good. Ling Ming said that she came personally and gave little Hao Tian a name. She must have thought highly of her and wouldn't let her die. Thinking of this, Ning Qi comforted Fang Lingming. Wang Shui asked curiously, "Husband, which great worlds did you go to this time? What did those great worlds look like? What did you find?" "Speaking of which, it's a lot." Ning Qi smiled and slowly told them about his experience in the other great worlds. When the ladies heard the last part, they couldn't help but be shocked when they learned that Hong Jun, who was once known as the most powerful overlord in the universe, was related to those monsters in the void dimension. Will Hong Jun really not die? Li Xian had a strange look on her face. She came from Earth and had heard of Hong Jun. Now that she thought about it, it was very likely that Hong Jun was the one she had heard of. At least I can't kill him now. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He paused. Don't tell old Lord about Hong Jun's news for now, lest he thinks too much. Li Xian nodded slightly. Young master, you said that the Zhu God sword is extremely mysterious and can restrain those monsters in the void dimension. Can you show it to us? Little Yu asked curiously. On the surface, it's no different from an ordinary longsword. It's not even as fancy as a magic treasure. Ning Qi smiled and took out the Zhu God sword. Fang Lingming extended her hand to receive it, and the other girls all stretched their necks. They were filled with curiosity towards this sword of God that required 72 sword embryos to fuse to form it. It looks ordinary, but that's why it's not ordinary. Fang Lingming smiled and passed the Zhu God sword to Wang Shui. Without waiting for Wang Shui to receive the Zhuge sword, the Zhuge sword suddenly shone with a faint and gentle white light. This layer of white light first flowed to Fang Lingming's palm, then it passed through her arm and spread everywhere. In an instant, Fang Lingming's body was enveloped by the white light. Ning Qi immediately waved his hand and set up a restrictive spell to protect Wang Shui and the ladies. He then looked at Fang Lingming seriously. Lingming, is there anything wrong? This feeling is very mysterious. Fang Lingming muttered to herself. In the next moment, everyone saw her aura skyrocket. It was very similar to the scene when Ning Qi secretly devoured the Netherworld Spider Queen. However, her speed was much faster than Ning Qi's last time. In the blink of an eye, Fang Lingming's cultivation reached the Divine King realm. Her aura was still rising. Ning Qi didn't stop her. The Zhu God sword only started to show changes when it landed in Fang Lingming's hand. Perhaps this was the true power of the Zhu God sword. Husband, big sister is? Wang Shui subconsciously stood beside Ning Qi and looked at Fang Lingming in surprise. She should be fine, Ning Qi said in a low voice. Fang Lingming's transformation continued. Finally, when her aura was almost on par with Nine Saint Great Godly King and the rest, the change gradually stopped. Fang Lingming opened her eyes. There seemed to be stars twinkling in her pupils. Lingming, how do you feel now? Ning Qi asked. I feel very good. Fang Lingming's voice sounded a little ethereal. She only got used to the sudden increase in her cultivation after a dozen breaths of time. This Zhuge God sword is simply too mystical. Fang Lingming revealed a look of surprise. I feel that I have already stepped into the Divine King realm. Not an ordinary Divine King. Your aura is comparable to a top-notch great Divine King, Ning Qi said with a strange expression. Chapter 42-33. Comparable to a top-notch great Divine King? Fang Lingming was stunned. Wang Shui, Li Xian, and Little Yu were also stunned. They understood the difference between a Divine King and a Great Divine King. For example, Heavenly Star Divine King wasn't a match for the Ocean King. The Ocean King could easily fight 3 of them, And the Ocean King wasn't a great divine king. A great divine king was a more terrifying existence than the Ocean King. But they had seen Ningqi make tea and send away a few great divine kings with their own eyes. Those great divine kings could only be considered to be below average or average in the myriad world. But now, Ningqi said that Fang Lingming had already become a top-notch great divine king. How could they not be shocked? Husband, big sister's current strength is really comparable to a top-notch great divine king? Wang Shui asked in disbelief. Indeed. Ningqi nodded. Fang Lingming suddenly felt something and handed the Zhuge sword to Li Xian. Li Xian took it subconsciously. Then, what happened to Fang Lingming happened to Li Xian. Li Xian's aura kept increasing, and the speed was even more terrifying than Fang Lingming's. In an instant, it reached its peak. Wang Shui and the others were shocked again. It's true. Fang Lingming smiled and said to Ningqi, Husband, I'm afraid the meaning of this Zhuge sword isn't to fight against the enemy. You're right. Maybe that's what's special about it. But Ningqi had a strange look in his eyes. If the Zhuge sword could make someone instantly become a great divine king, this power was indeed enough to raise one's eyebrows. It could also be called the Zhuge sword. But what Ningqi wanted was a sword that could suppress the netherworld spider mother, not a sword with a more powerful auxiliary function. Even 100 great divine kings wouldn't be a match for a divine master. And a divine master wouldn't be a match for the netherworld spider mother. Shui. Li Xian handed the sword to Wang Shui and then closed her eyes, as though she was familiarizing herself with the sudden increase in power. Wang Shui took the Zhuge sword, and her body was also covered in a white halo. Her cultivation was also increasing rapidly. After Ningqi confirmed from Fang Lingming and Li Xian that there was nothing strange about this power, he did not stop the girls from taking turns to hold the sword. Not long after, little Ur and Zhua Ling Er's cultivation also rose to the great God King realm because of the Zhuge sword. Ningqi took back the Zhuge God sword. However, in his hands there was nothing special about the sword at all. At this moment, all the girls were familiarizing themselves with their powers. Only Ningqi was studying the Zhuge sword in the soaring heaven palace of the king. System, since I've fused with the Zhuge sword, you should at least tell me what it's used for. It can't be just helping people raise their cultivation to great divine king, right? Ningqi asked in his heart. If it was in the past, Ningqi would definitely be very happy if he obtained this Zhuge sword. After all, to be able to mass-produce great divine kings, this kind of power would probably shock those great divine kings in the myriad world. However, the power of the sword of God shown on the mural wasn't here. Either he was mistaken, or the netherworld spider mother wasn't afraid of the Zhuge God sword, but the person holding the sword. Either that, or he still didn't understand how to activate the true power of the Zhuge sword. After thinking for a while, Ningqi smiled. The system didn't reply. Since that was the case, this ability to create great divine kings couldn't be wasted. With a thought, someone received the message and rushed towards the soaring heaven palace of the king. In the void of the universe, as the number of great divine kings on Ningqi's side increased one after another, black-haired monsters in the void were continuously smashed into pieces. They let out miserable howls and finally dissipated in the void. Hong Jun stood quietly in the void and watched the scene in front of him. His eyes gradually revealed a hint of seriousness. Seems like he has already found a way to use the Zhuge sword. Hong Jun muttered to himself, if the guardian gods die one by one, in the end it will be his turn. His gaze looked towards the depths of the void of the universe. He didn't know if it was an illusion. There seemed to be a ray of golden light coming from that direction. Hong Jun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, the aura of the chaotic star? The golden light became brighter and brighter. In an instant, it dyed Hong Jun's surroundings gold. It's you. Hong Jun's eyes gradually became solemn. Not far away in front of him, 3 figures appeared. If Ningqi was here, he would be able to recognize the identity of these three people. One was Ziyun, one was Ning Haotian. The last one was Star Emperor, who was captured by the black-haired monster in front of him. However, Star Emperor's aura had long surpassed the 7th step and reached the 8th step of the Divine King realm. "It's me." Ziyun smiled and nodded. "We have been playing hide-and-seek for so many years. This time, you seem to have missed." Ning Haotian looked at Hong Jun curiously. He heard Ziyun say that Hong Jun was related to a certain secret in this realm. "Missed?" "Not really," Hong Jun said faintly. "You, on the other hand, have hidden for so many years. Why did you just appear in front of me today? You must know that an anomaly like you must be eradicated." Once the Zhuge sword appeared, the guardian gods that you mentioned died one by one. "Your strength is equivalent to mine, right? What do you have to keep me here?" Ziyun smiled. After a pause, he said, "You didn't want to be a human but came here to be a guard dog. Let's make a deal. You can leave now and don't bother about the matters of this realm." After the guardian gods died one by one, Hong Jun's aura was indeed declining bit by bit. After hearing Ziyun's words, he shook his head slightly. "I'm not here because I want to. If I leave now, this realm will definitely affect the place that you and I have stayed in before. All the people here are evil spirit. We can't let them out." Ziyun's face turned slightly cold. "Evil spirits? You have reincarnated so many times in this realm. Do you feel that this realm is different from the other one? I think your brain has been completely cleaned and you have lost your own opinion." "It's useless." Hong Jun shook his head. "No matter what you say, I have my own duty. None of the evil spirits here will let him out. You, on the other hand, don't belong to this realm. Why don't you let go of the obsession in your heart and leave? Since I have come here, I don't intend to leave alone." Ziyun smiled. "Do you think that the person who obtained the Zhuge sword will succeed?" Hong Jun's cold face suddenly revealed a faint smile. There was once someone who was closer to that step than him. In the end, he also became the Netherworld Spider Queen's food. The Netherworld Spider Queen is the true guardian of this realm. As for me, I am only here to maintain some order. If you continue to be so stubborn and become an evil spirit of this realm in the future, don't even think about escaping this place. That's all I have to say. Goodbye." Hong Jun snorted coldly and turned to leave. But in the next moment, a golden light turned into a chain and trapped him. Chapter 42-34. Hong Jun was trapped by Ziyun, but he didn't panic at all. He just looked at Ziyun indifferently. "You know that I won't die," Hong Jun said plainly. "Yes." Ziyun smiled and nodded. In the next moment, the golden chains exploded and shredded Hong Jun into pieces. "But killing you once makes me feel good. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss to be chased by you all these years?" Ziyun smiled. "Master, since father has obtained Zhuge sword, can we go back to find him?" Ning Haotian was looking forward to it. After following Ziyun for so many years, she went to countless places. Even before God Lua world became a great world, she followed Ziyun to many great worlds. Her knowledge grew day by day. But even after going to so many places, she still missed Ning Qi, Fong Lingming, Ning Rulai, and everything in War God Hall. The great Star Emperor's eyes also moved, and he looked toward Ziyun. "Your father's current strength isn't enough." Ziyun smiled and looked at Ning Haotian. "Remember, he can break the shackles of this world. Apart from relying on his own methods, you are also the key. Before this, there will be many dangers around your father. If you follow him, you will inevitably get into trouble." "Master, I understand. Where are we going next?" Ning Haotian was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. "We're not going anywhere. You guys go back to Primitive Star. I'm going to leave this world. Your father obtained Zhuge sword. Hong Jun will definitely go back to report. I'll see if I can use this chance to kill his true body." A cold light flashed in Ziyun's eyes. The power of the Sword of Death seemed to be inexhaustible. As Wukong, Bull Demon King, and the others advanced to Great God King realm one after another, the core existences of the entire Heaven Court all had methods comparable to 9 Saint Great God King. Gradually, Ning Qi felt that the vitality of God Luo world wasn't enough to support so many Great God Kings. He told them to head to other great worlds. No matter what methods they used, they had to first gain a foothold. There's still no reaction to me. After Ning Qi took back Zhuge sword, it turned back into an ordinary long sword and didn't show any signs. Sighing softly, Ning Qi moved his mind and stepped into the void. In an instant, he arrived at the reincarnation of the myriad realms. Ning Qi realized that it wasn't just the divine Luo world that had the reincarnation path. Even the other worlds were using the same reincarnation path. However, there were many smaller passageways within the large passageway. Each small passageway represented a large world. In the past, his cultivation wasn't high enough, so he could only step into the passage that belonged to the God Luo world. But now, Ning Qi could easily see the reincarnations of the other passages. Divine light swirled in Ning Qi's eyes, and the scenes in every passage of the reincarnation cycle appeared in front of him. It was like the underworld, which had no one to take care of it. Yet, it was able to take care of all the reincarnated people properly. It was like a pure intelligent assembly line on Earth that didn't require manual maintenance. Which great world do you come from? Do you also like to comprehend the way of samsara? A figure appeared beside Ning Qi and asked curiously with cupped fists. When the other party first appeared, Ning Qi had already sensed it, but he didn't take it to heart. The person was just an ordinary divine king. His strength was similar to Heavenly Star Divine King and the rest, but he couldn't compare to the Sea King, who was extremely close to being a great divine king. Way of samsara? Ning Qi smiled. I'm Divine King North Mystery of the Divine Luo world. May I know who you are? Divine Luo world? A new great world, right? No wonder it's the first time I saw you in the reincarnation path. The man smiled and said, I'm Divine King Ghost Candle from the Nether Big World. Because my cultivation has something to do with the myriad world reincarnation, I often come here for many years. I've only seen 2 or 3 great divine kings like you. Why so few? The other divine kings aren't willing to come here? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. The reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds is ultimately a bad implication. Who would be willing to come here when they aren't dead? Only those divine kings who are about to die will come here to take a look and try to control their reincarnation. Divine King Undying Candle sighed. Divine King Undying Candle has been here for many years? I happen to have some doubts. I wonder if Divine King Undying Candle can dispel them for me? Ning Qi smiled. Divine King North Mystery, feel free to ask. I don't dare to say that I understand the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds very well, but I'm quite familiar with it. Divine King Undying Candle smiled. Is there someone controlling the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds? If there isn't, is it following the will of the heavenly Tao and operating here on its own? Ning Qi asked. You're talking about this. I'm not too sure. Divine King Undying Candle's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi saw something from his expression but did not speak. He quietly waited for Divine King Undying Candle to continue. Many years ago, I believed that no one could control the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds, not even the great divine kings. Against such a massive and terrifying existence, the great divine kings were just like ants. But one time, I saw something. Divine King Undying Candle's eyes revealed a hint of emotion. It was after that time that I personally believe that there is indeed a pair of hands controlling the reincarnation path of the 10,000 world. The existence of this pair of hands is very likely to have stepped into the Divine Master realm, or even stronger. Oh! Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Did the other party's words mean that he saw an expert that surpassed the great divine king realm? Surpassed the great divine king. If it was a member of the 10,000 worlds, there was no reason for it to still be unknown. Divine King Undying Candle, I wonder if you can describe the existence you saw in detail? Ningqi said with a smile. Forget it. Since you were able to come to the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds, it means that there is some fate between us. Divine King Undying Candle smiled. I'll tell you what I saw that time. That time, I came to the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds as usual. At that time, I had already gained some insights, and my cultivation improved a little. In a good mood, I planned on taking a stroll and seeing the life forms in the other worlds enter samsara. When I walked to the samsara passageway that represents the ancient, desolate great world, Divine King Undying Candle's smile faded a little as his tone turned slightly solemn. I saw a group of godly monarch experts being thrown into samsara. A group of godly monarch experts? How did they perish? Ning Qi's gaze flickered. Godly monarch experts were basically immortal unless they constantly used their methods, causing their vitality to be unable to keep up and expend their lifespan. For the other party to see a large group of godly monarch experts, it meant that an intense battle must have happened that time. As for how they perished, I have no way of knowing. Divine King Undying Candle said, back then, I was a little surprised and did not dare to show my face. Furthermore, my race's cultivation method is rather unique. As long as I do not wish to, I can easily hide in this reincarnation path. Just as I was preparing to leave, I saw three figures. One of the women's aura was completely different from you and me. He looked at Ningqi with an incomparably solemn gaze. She's definitely not a godly monarch. She's definitely not a godly monarch. Chapter 4235. Completely different? How was it different? If he's not a divine king, maybe he's a divine lord? Ningqi said lightly. I'm not talking about this aura. Ghost Candle shook his head slightly. I can't tell how strong her cultivation level is. The aura I'm talking about is the origin. Her origin aura is different from ours. Whether it's the God King or the Great God King, I've seen them before. The auras on their bodies are always similar. As for her, she is completely different from us. I'm guessing that he's already at the Divine Master realm. Otherwise, how could the gap between their auras be so great? What did the three people look like? Ningqi asked. That's easy. Look, it's the three of them. Godly Monarch Spectral Candle waved his hand gently as three figures appeared in front of Ningqi. Ningqi took a look and knew what was going on. Ziyun, Ning Haotian, Star Emperor. Ningqi pointed at Ziyun and said, Is she the one whose origin aura is completely different from ours? Not bad. God King Ghost Candle nodded slightly before raising his hand to dispel the illusion. Ningqi smiled. Godly Monarch Spectral Candle, how long ago did you meet these three? Not too long ago, about 4 years ago, God King Ghost Candle said. 4 years ago. Ningqi nodded slightly. At that time, he was still in the giant city, and the Netherworld Spider Mother was absorbing his origin energy. In this way, it could be concluded that Ning Haotian was indeed following Ziyun and was not in any danger. As for why the Great Star Emperor appeared beside the two women, Ningqi guessed that it might be related to Ziyun. She might know the secrets of those black-furred monsters. Divine King Beixian, have you seen them before? God King Spectral Candle suddenly sized up Ningqi as a look of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Not only have I seen him, I even know him. Ningqi laughed. Pardon my rudeness. Ghost Candle immediately revealed a stern look as he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed at Ningqi. The reason why he said so much to Ningqi was that he could tell at a glance that Ningqi's cultivation was extraordinary. Ningqi's aura was extremely different from ordinary God Kings and Great God Kings. God King Spectral Candle was very confident in his judgment. It was just that he didn't expect the other party to recognize the three people he saw. Two of them were nothing, but that woman had really scared him that day. When he thought about how many godly monarchs had reincarnated in the myriad worlds, he couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. There's no need to be so polite. You've let me know the whereabouts of the three of them, which can be considered one of my worries. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Godly King Ghost Candle thought. The other party's tone and attitude already proved his guess. To be honest, Ghost Candle revealed a look of embarrassment. I do have something that I need your help with, but please hear me out. It's up to you to decide whether to help or not. Tell me about it. Ning Qi smiled. I used to be the only ghost king in the nether big world, commanding tens of thousands of ghosts. However, many years ago, a man suddenly entered the nether big world, and he was extremely powerful. Originally, after I became friends with him, I treated him as a brother, but I didn't expect him to plot to take away my position as the Ghost King and occupy many of my ghost concubines. All these years, I have been coming to the myriad world's reincarnation, trying to use this place to improve my cultivation and take back the position of the Ghost King. When Godly King Ghost Candle said this, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and then he sighed softly. But this person's cultivation has been increasing over the years. My aptitude is not as good as his, and the gap between our strength is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost impossible for me to take revenge. You want me to help you take back the position of the Ghost King? Ning Qi smiled. Godly King Ghost Candle revealed a look of embarrassment. Isn't this request too much? It's not too much. Ning Qi smiled and said, but I still plan to stay in the myriad world's reincarnation for a while. Since you know this place, walk around with me and then go to the nether big world. No problem. Speaking of the myriad world's reincarnation, I dare say that none of the godly kings in the myriad worlds knows it better than me. Godly King Ghost Candle revealed a look of joy and pride. Ning Qi glanced at him. Could it be that the nether big world was occupied, and he had nowhere to go, so he often hid in the myriad world's reincarnation? Accompanied by Godly King Ghost Candle, Ning Qi set foot on the reincarnation passages of the great worlds, and at the same time, he saw many cultivators in the great worlds who came to the myriad world's reincarnation for promotion. In Ning Qi's eyes, these cultivators' cultivation was pitifully low. They could not see Ning Qi and Godly King Ghost Candle. Ning Qi sighed. When he was in the myriad world's reincarnation, was there a godly king watching him from the side, and he did not notice? Godly King North Mystery, are you looking for something in the myriad world's reincarnation? Godly King Ghost Candle was a little curious. I'm not looking for anything, I just want to see if there's any place I've missed. Ning Qi said. These days, he had been to many places in the myriad world's reincarnation, but unfortunately, he did not find anything valuable. The only valuable thing was the news brought by Godly King Ghost Candle. Let's go, take me to your nether big world. Ning Qi smiled. Godly King Ghost Candle's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, but then he hesitated and said in a low voice, Godly King North Mystery, the nether big world is different from the ordinary great worlds. There's a risk of being ghosted if you enter this world. So even ordinary godly kings are not willing to set foot in this world. Ghosted? Ning Qi's eyes moved. If you ghosted, you will never be able to set foot in other great worlds in this life. Godly King Ghost Candle said in a low voice. There's such a saying? Why can't you set foot in other great worlds? Ning Qi looked at him with a strange expression. He guessed it right. Godly King Ghost Candle liked to come to the myriad world's reincarnation because he was hiding from his brother, who had snatched his Ghost King position and occupied his ghost concubine. I don't know the specific reason, but as long as you ghosted and set foot in other great worlds, you will melt and your soul will be completely destroyed, never to be reincarnated. Godly King Ghost Candle said. After a pause, he continued, but the stronger you are, the lower the risk of ghosting in the nether big world. As long as you leave in time, you don't have to worry about this. Has your brother completely ghosted? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, if he hadn't ghosted, he wouldn't have been able to occupy my Ghost King position. Godly King Ghost Candle gritted his teeth and said, at that time, I thought he wouldn't choose to ghosted, so I was so assured of him. Who knew that he would rather give up the opportunity to set foot in other worlds and choose to achieve the body of a Ghost King like me. Even if he was extremely regretful now, it was too late. He only hoped that he could rely on Ning Qi's strength to regain the position of Ghost King, which was better than hiding everywhere like now. Chapter 4236. Instead of grumbling here, why don't you lead the way now? Ning Qi smiled. Holy King Unholy Candle was startled, then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Holy King North Mystery is willing to help? Even if there is a risk of being ghosted? Didn't you say that if we leave in time, we don't have to worry about these risks? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Holy King Unholy Candle nodded. Then, he brought Ning Qi to the nether big world. Not long after, Ning Qi's expression became more and more strange. No wonder the nether big world was different from other worlds. One would be ghosted after entering this world. Its entrance was completely different from other worlds. Its entrance was in the reincarnation of the myriad realms. The sky was dark. At first glance, it felt like the sky should be bright, but it gave people a feeling of dusk. Only at the horizon could a faint white light be seen. That sliver of light came from this fish belly white. In addition, when Ning Qi stepped into this world, he felt a strange aura around him that tried to penetrate into his body, but was blocked by his power. This trace of strange aura gave Ning Qi a familiar feeling. It's a bit like the aura of the black-haired monster? Ning Qi's eyes moved. There should be no coincidence in this world. The power of this world was similar to that of the black-haired monster, which meant that there must be a connection between the two. Holy King North Mystery, it's daytime now, and the cultivators of this world will be slightly weaker at this time. Let's take this opportunity to go directly to the Ghost King Palace? Holy King Unholy Candle said. If this is considered daytime, won't you be unable to see your fingers at night? Ning Qi smiled. We can see more clearly at night. Holy King Unholy Candle smiled. Then let's go. Ning Qi nodded after a few moments of silence. On the way to the Ghost King's palace, Ning Qi asked nonchalantly, I once saw an existence in the reincarnation of the myriad realms. That existence was covered in black hair, and its aura was similar to that of your world. Covered in black hair? Holy King Unholy Candle looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Holy King North Mystery, where did you see this monster? The reincarnation of the myriad realms. Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. God King Spectral Candle shook his head slowly with a solemn expression. I've been reincarnated in the myriad worlds for many years, but I've never seen the Grim Reaper. Undying Candle Divine King said in a low voice, there is a legend in the nether big world. It is said that if the Divine King of this world dies, he will become the Death God. Under the command of the Death God Great Divine King, he will harvest all lives in the world. Grim Reaper? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Are you sure this black-haired monster is the Grim Reaper you mentioned? It's similar to the rumors, but I can't be sure. After all, there are too many black hairs in this world, God King Ghost Candle said awkwardly. If it was the Grim Reaper, it was similar to what the black-furred monster was doing. When the immortal king of the nether big world died, he would turn into a death god. If the godly monarchs of the outside worlds died in the void, they would also turn into death gods. This might mean that the nether big world had something to do with the void of the universe. Or in other words, there was an aura similar to this world in the void of the universe. That was why the godly monarchs would turn into mindless monsters after death. Hongjun might be able to control this aura, so he could plant a seed in people and turn them into the Grim Reaper instantly? Ning Qi gradually felt. He might be able to get closer to the truth of the black-haired monster by stepping into the nether big world this time. The death god great godly king that you mentioned, does he really exist? Ning Qi asked again. Death god great divine king? Undying Candle Divine King was stunned for a moment, and then said hesitantly, I don't know if there is such an existence. I only know that there has been a legend of the Death God Great Divine King in the nether big world since ancient times. But the Great Divine King is just a title, it doesn't represent his strength. Since there is such a legend, there will naturally be a portrait left. Ning Qi smiled and said, Even if there is no portrait, there will be a statue for sacrifice, right? Yes, there is. There is a statue of the Death God Great Divine King at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. You will see it soon, North Xian Divine King. Undying Candle Divine King nodded repeatedly. Ning Qi was looking forward to it. After about an hour, the two came to the sky above a huge city. Undying Candle Divine King pointed to a luxurious palace in the distance and said, North Xian Divine King, this is the Ghost King City, and that Ghost King Palace used to be my residence. Old Undying Candle Divine King, you have escaped for so many years, how dare you show yourself here today? Streams of black mist swept out, forming figures around Ning Qi and God King Ghost Candle. There were a total of 7 people, and each of them looked ferocious, like Rakshasa or evil spirits from hell. Their aura was slightly weaker than that of Undying Candle Divine King, but they were still in the Divine King realm. All of you have been promoted to Divine King? God King Ghost Candle was somewhat taken aback. He looked at the subordinates he was extremely familiar with in the past. Now, all of them had become godly monarchs, and their cultivations were almost catching up to his. Aside from shock, God King Ghost Candle also had a sliver of disbelief, indignation, and some loneliness. That ingrate really seemed to be more suitable to be the ruler of this world than him. Thinking of this, Undying Candle Divine King was suddenly shocked again. If even his subordinates had become ghost kings, that guy's strength would probably be even more powerful, right? Old Undying Candle Divine King, what's there to be surprised about? The current Ghost King is in charge of the nether big world, and it is much better than in your era. We have all received his grace and stepped into the Divine King realm one after another. A Undying Candle Divine King with no eyelids, no nostrils, no lips, and a body that seemed to be pieced together by a few people said slowly. But in this world, it was more appropriate to call them Ghost Kings. Old Undying Candle Divine King, for the sake of our relationship, leave quickly while the current Ghost King is still sleeping. Another Ghost King said slowly. Today, I'm here to reclaim my position as the Ghost King, and regain control of the Ghost King Palace. Undying Candle Divine King shook his head slightly. Since you did not attack me immediately when you saw me, I know that you still have some leeway. When we fight later, I will ask the mysterious North Immortal King to spare your lives. Mysterious North Immortal King? You found another Immortal King who does not belong to the nether big world? Is he going to take back the Ghost King Palace for you? How long can he stay in this world? 1 sun? 2 days? I'm afraid that he will completely turn into a ghost in less than 3 days. A Ghost King snorted coldly, and then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, after you turn into a ghost, you will not be able to step into any other place except the nether big world. Ning Qi noticed that he did not mention the reincarnation of the myriad realms. It seemed that the other Ghost Kings could only stay in the nether big world, and could not even go to the reincarnation of the myriad realms. But at this moment, most of his attention was on the statue at the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. Netherworld Spider Mother. This statue was clearly the Netherworld Spider Mother. Chapter 42-37. God King Spectral Candle. The statue of the Death God Great God King you mentioned is him? Ningqi pointed to the entrance of the Ghost King Palace. God King Spectral Candle nodded slightly. This is the legendary statue of Death God Great God Monarch. Interesting, a smile appeared in Ningqi's eyes. The Death God Great Divine Lord and the Netherworld Spider Mother were actually the same existence. So, in the legend of the Nether Big World, it was the Mother Spider who led the death? The Black-furred monster was the Grim Reaper, and Hong Jun could turn the Blood Moon Great God King into a black-furred monster. Then there must be some connection between him and the Netherworld Spider Mother. This guy has a lot of secrets. It's a pity that I can't make him speak. Even if I use my abilities, I can't truly kill him. Perhaps his source is really hidden in that huge city. Ningqi pondered. No matter what secrets there was at least one thing that Ningqi was sure of. There must be a connection between the Nether Big World, the mother of Netherworld Spider, the black-haired monster, and Hong Jun. This also explained why the Immortal King was so special and could only stay in this world. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't think that just because the old Ghost King brought you here, we will give you face. When the Ghost King who spoke to Ningqi earlier saw that Ningqi ignored him, his expression immediately turned ugly. Godly King Spectral Candle, that person you speak of is currently in the Ghost King Palace, right? Ningqi smiled and said, Then let's call him out now and make things clear face to face. Thank you, Divine King Beixian. The godly King Candle Ghost nodded, before looking at his subordinates. Hurry and inform the new master. Tell him that I, the godly King Candle Ghost, have returned. I will be the Ghost King of the Nether Big World, and no one else will get it. Old Ghost King, are the two of you really crazy? Let's go. If we really wake that person up, the two of you definitely won't be able to escape. Go ahead. The Divine King Beixian isn't an ordinary person. It's easy for him to suppress him. On the other hand, since you can still remember old times, wait until I finish him off and reclaim the position of Ghost King. I will forgive all of you for your betrayal back then. God King Spectral Candle said indifferently. Not an ordinary person? The few of them looked at each other, then looked at Ningqi a few times, and their faces suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. Logically speaking, the old Ghost King had been hiding all these years. The fact that he was able to hide for so long was actually because they were lenient and did not carefully search for him. It could be considered as turning a blind eye. They had followed the old Ghost King for so many years, and had some understanding of the old Ghost King's temperament. If he didn't have 30 to 50% certainty, he wouldn't have dared to show himself at this time. Since that's the case, we'll go inform them. You guys wait at the entrance of the Ghost King's palace. After saying that, a Ghost King turned around and flew towards the Ghost King Palace. Ningqi smiled and walked in the direction of the Ghost King Palace. After a few steps, he appeared in front of the statue of the Netherworld Spider Queen. Godly King Spectral Candle followed closely behind while the other Ghost Kings stood around the two of them in an encirclement. This gesture was obviously made for the new master to see. Godly King Ghost Candle, how do you know that Death God Great Godly Monarch looks so strange? Ningqi walked around the statue a few times. The details of this statue were slightly different from his impression of the Netherworld Spider Queen. But Ningqi was absolutely sure that the statue was referring to the Netherworld Spider Queen. Why is he so interested in the statue of Death God Great Godly Monarch? The expressions of the nearby Ghost Kings became a little strange. To be honest, Godly King North Mystery, I'm not sure what Death God Great Godly Monarch looks like. This statue has been passed down since ancient times. There have been countless Ghost Kings living in this Ghost King Palace. It's just that the previous ghost kings have long exhausted their lifespan and turned into death god. God King Spectral Candle smiled awkwardly. When you get back the position of Ghost King, I want to read all the ancient books of your nether big world. Ning Chi thought of something and said, there was so much knowledge in the tomes of arcane, but none of it was related to the nether big world. Maybe he could find something in the ancient books here. Get back the position of Ghost King? A lazy voice rang out. When the surrounding Ghost Kings heard this, their expressions immediately became respectful. God King Spectral Candle looked forward with a face full of anger. He saw a handsome young man, accompanied by a few hideous ghosts in Ning Chi's eyes, walking towards them. When God King Spectral Candle saw those hideous ghosts, his face became extremely humiliated. Great godly King North Mystery, these are my concubines. These are your concubines? Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. He looked at God King Spectral Candle, and then nodded slightly. He could understand. Every world had its own aesthetic standard. Perhaps in the eyes of God King Spectral Candle, these ghosts without arms and eyeballs were very beautiful. My good brother. When the handsome young man Lang Yi saw God King Spectral Candle, he immediately smiled passionately and said, after hiding for so many years, how can you bear to show yourself today? The ghost concubine beside him stared at God King Spectral Candle with a resentful gaze, as if she was silently complaining. We are not sworn brothers for a long time, don't call me so intimately. Today, I'm here because the North Xian deity king wants to avenge me. You took my position as the ghost king and humiliated my ghost concubine. Today, I'm going to kill you. God King Spectral Candle shouted angrily. Godly King North Mystery? The handsome young man looked up and down at Ning Chi, then sneered. Even Hongjun, who is known as the #1 expert in the heavens and realms, is no match for me. Why do you think that a random great godly king can suppress me? Who doesn't know how to brag? God King Spectral Candle sneered. You know Hongjun? Ning Chi's eyes lit up slightly. Since he knew Hongjun, and came to the nether big world inexplicably and took away the position of Ghost King, there might be some unspeakable secret. Not only do I know him, but I also know that he is not a good guy. But he can't do anything to me. Now I have become a ghost and become the Ghost King of the nether big world. If not, he would not dare to step into this world. The handsome young man sneered. Then he realized that he seemed to have spilled the beans, so he immediately added, if he dares to step into this world, I will make sure that he will not return. He can be reborn continuously after death. How can you make sure that he will not return? Ning Chi laughed. What do you mean? What can be reborn continuously after death? How do you know that Hongjun can be reborn after death? The handsome young man glanced at Ning Chi and sneered. Because I have killed him several times. Of course I know. Ning Chi laughed. The handsome young man was stunned for a moment, and then he could not help but laugh. He laughed so hard that he could not stop his tears. I didn't expect you to be better at bragging than me. Ha ha, you have killed Hongjun? Ha ha. Chapter 4238. As the handsome young man laughed, the ghost kings nearby also laughed along with him. Godly King Spectral Candle's face was livid as he stared coldly at the handsome youth. However, he also had some doubts in his heart. He had heard of Hongjun's name before. The #1 expert in the universe. As long as the Divine Lord did not appear, no one among the great Divine Kings was his match. Hence, he had some doubts about whether Ning Chi had killed Hongjun. Regardless, he was the one who found Ning Chi. Whether Ning Chi was bragging or not, he could only stand on Ning Chi's side. Is it that funny? Ning Chi laughed too. Isn't it funny? Although Hongjun is not a good person, his strength is undeniable. You want to kill him? Based on what? What are you going to use to kill him? The handsome youth seemed to have a stomach ache from laughing as he covered his dantian. Then continue laughing. After you're done, we'll talk about what's going to happen next. Ning Qi smiled. The handsome young man immediately laughed out loud. Seeing this, the ghost king nearby, who had already stopped, could only sigh in his heart and laugh along with him. The cultivators in the Guiqing city were baffled as they looked in the direction of the Guiqing palace. They did not know why those lords were so happy and could not stop laughing. He's still laughing. Godly King Spectral Candle was furious. It's fine. Ignore him. He'll stop when he's done laughing. Ning Qi said indifferently. Godly King Spectral Candle could only clench his teeth and stare coldly at the handsome youth. Gradually, the crowd felt that something was amiss. There was no reason for him to laugh for so long? Godly King Spectral Candle revealed a shocked expression. Godly King North Mystic, this is? It's fine. Ning Qi smiled. The group of ghost kings who were laughing along with the handsome young man gradually stopped laughing and looked at the handsome young man with their mouths agape. They could clearly see an unusual expression on the handsome youth's face. The other party was laughing, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. What was going on? They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi with a solemn look in their eyes. If there was no accident, the handsome youth's current state might be related to the godly king that the old ghost king brought. Thinking of this, their expressions gradually became strange. There was almost 70 to 80% certainty that the divine king that the old ghost king brought was stronger than the handsome youth. A day had passed. 2 days. 3 days. God King Spectral Candle's expression turned increasingly odd. Ordinary godly monarchs would be ghosted after staying here for 3 days. But Ning Qi did not feel anything wrong. He was very calm from beginning to end. The power in the nether big world seemed to have no effect on him at all. Spare my life, ha ha. The handsome youth laughed as he begged for mercy. The fear in his eyes was already very strong. He was really scared. The opponent's method was too strange. They were both god monarchs, so how could the other party directly control his ghost monarch body? Sealed all the power in his body? Even the great divine lord couldn't do this either, right? Could it be that this person really killed Hongjun? Impossible. When I escaped to this world, I have never heard of an immortal king called North Mystic Immortal King. What kind of technique is this? Ning Qi ignored him. He let him laugh for another 4 days. After 7 days, he stopped the technique. The handsome youth's laughter stopped abruptly. The surroundings were very quiet. The atmosphere became very quiet, as though the air had become sticky, making it hard to breathe. Senior, I was wrong. The handsome youth cupped his fists at Ning Qi. What's wrong? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I shouldn't have been too arrogant, shouldn't have questioned Senior's methods, shouldn't have fought for Brother Spectral Candle's ghost monarch position. But Senior, please rest assured, I did not touch any of his concubines. The handsome youth said. I don't believe it. God King Spectral Candle roared. Ning Qi looked at him with a strange expression. God King Spectral Candle, don't be agitated. I believe him on this. Impossible, my concubines. God King Spectral Candle shook his head repeatedly. When his concubines heard that, they hurriedly tried to prove their innocence. Gradually, God King Ghost Candle became doubtful. What's your name? Ning Qi said faintly. This junior is Wang Zongping, a godly monarch of the Hongjun Great World. Wang Zongping said. Since you are a godly monarch of the Hongjun Great World, why did you come to the Nether Big World and even choose to become a ghost? Do you know that after becoming a ghost, it will be difficult for you to leave this world? Ning Qi said faintly. Of course I know, but if it was not for the last resort, I would not have done this. Speaking of which, this is all the fault of that sanctimonious Hongjun. Wang Zongping's face showed a touch of anger. If not for him, I can go to any world. There are so many beautiful worlds everywhere, why bother to trap myself in this world? God King Spectral Candle looked at him in shock. What's wrong with this world? Since you don't like this world, why do you want to take my ghost monarch position? Since I'm here, I can only give up. Brother Spectral Candle, please don't blame me. I have reflected on myself today, and know what I did wrong. I will definitely return this ghost monarch position with both hands. Brother Spectral Candle, please let me go and forget about the hatred of the past. Wang Zongping cupped his fists. God King Spectral Candle's expression was uncertain. He then snorted, how to deal with you will naturally be decided by the Divine King Beixian. Tell me, what did you find out about Hongjun and why did you choose to escape into this world? Ning Qi smiled and said, if your answer is satisfactory, I can spare you the death penalty. To be honest, I was originally a Dao child by Hongjuan's side. Wang Zongping said slowly after a few moments of silence, and I was a Dao child who reincarnated with him many times. I remember a long time ago, I was just an ordinary cowherd in a certain great world. In that life, Hongjun was an ordinary scholar after reincarnating. He was chased by his enemies and was about to die. It was me who saved him. Later on, Hongjun found some of his memories and began to step on the path of cultivation again, so he brought me along to start cultivating. Wang Zongping had a look of reminiscence on his face. I was still very happy back then. I don't know how many times I reincarnated, but things started to change in this life. I found out that he did something to the Grand Divine Kings who came to listen to the lecture. I didn't intend to care about it, but he already knew about it. That day, he came to me and asked me if I saw it. I said no. But he said it didn't matter and that it didn't matter even if I saw it because he also did something to me. Senior, you don't know his expression at that time. He was no longer the scholar I knew in that life. Wang Zongping had a look of fear on his face. He told me that after I die in this life, I don't need to reincarnate anymore and will become the guardian god of the world. Chapter 4239. Undying Candle King did not know what Wang Zongping was talking about, and just listened with a frown. Ning Qi suddenly asked, so you chose to come to the nether big world. You said that Hongjun would not chase you here. What's the connection between the two? I have reincarnated with him countless times, and stayed in every big world. Wang Zongping smiled bitterly, but he has never been to the nether big world. Based on this, I'm guessing that he was either unwilling or unable to step into this world, so he escaped here. If I don't escape, I'm afraid that one day I will become a black-haired monster. So you don't know why he never stepped into the nether big world? Everything is just your guess? Ning Qi said lightly. Wang Zongping quickly said, this has been confirmed. If he could come to this world, I would have been caught by him long ago. In addition, I have always suspected that the nether big world has something to do with the black-haired monster. Since he did something to me, I might as well turn into a ghost and become a member of the nether big world. In this way, maybe I don't have to become a black-haired monster. Wang Zongping, the black-haired monster you mentioned is the death god? Undying Candle King suddenly asked. Wang Zongping nodded slightly. It is indeed the death god you mentioned, but I don't think they are a kind of god. They are more like a puppet-like existence and can only follow orders. He looked at Ning Qi. I also have a guess, but I'm not sure. Tell me about your guess. Ning Qi said lightly. I think the myriad world should be a kind of existence of nothingness, not a real world. Wang Zongping said slowly, in the myriad world, many divine kings and divine lords have set foot in the ancient starry sky, looking for a way to survive. In many people's view, this way to survive means that there is no need to absorb vitality to maintain lifespan. But in my opinion, this way to survive may be the real way to survive. Don't play tricks. Undying Candle King did not quite understand, and there was a touch of anger in his eyes. You used sweet words to win my trust, and then took away my Ghost King position. Today, I invited the North Mystery Divine King to come and suppress you. Ningqi raised his hand slightly, stopping Undying Candle King from continuing. Ghost Candle was taken aback and shut his mouth in embarrassment. Continue. What is your understanding of the path of survival? Ningqi said lightly. Wang Zongping suddenly felt that the surroundings seemed to be a bit colder. Looking carefully, he found that there was a cold and deep divine light flowing in Ningqi's eyes. After several breaths of silence, Wang Zongping slowly said, "Perhaps the myriad worlds in the universe are just existences similar to the samsara of the myriad worlds, just like the small samsara of every great world. The ghosts in the cycle of reincarnation didn't even know that they were dead. They thought that the world they were in was the world of the living. Perhaps those god masters and god kings who had once ventured to the ancient starry sky had realized this. What they sought was, it's just a true reincarnation, no longer a ghost." "You mean," Ningqi sighed softly, "we're all dead? Countless reincarnations are nothing but an illusion." Wang Zongping nodded silently. Hongjun seems to be ensuring that the god kings of the myriad worlds will not go to the ancient starry sky again. He seems to be the ox-head and horse-face sent by the world of the living, the black and white impermanence. God King Ghost Candle was completely confused. Dead? God King Beixian was clearly still alive. If they were really dead, then cultivators of the nether big world like them should be considered dead, right? Thinking of this, God King Ghost Candle suddenly froze. Was the boundary between life and death really as simple as he thought? Thinking of Wang Zongping's inexplicable and deliberate ghosting to the nether big world, completely trapping himself in this world, perhaps what he said before was somewhat true. If it's true then, God King Ghost Candle shuddered in his heart, and a trace of fear gradually emerged in his eyes. "You know this thing, right?" Ningqi suddenly pointed at the statue. Wang Zongping hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. He had returned to so many lifetimes with the Hongjun wheel, and even saw the Nether Spider Queen with his own eyes. How could he not know the origin of this statue? This is the Nether Spider Queen. The giant city she guards is the only way for the dead to go to the world of the living. Wang Zongping sighed. Although this is just my guess, I believe it is true. The only way. Ningqi suddenly smiled. You still don't want to tell the truth at this moment? Why? Wang Zongping was slightly stunned, and looked at Ningqi in shock. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes, as though he did not understand what Ningqi was saying. Since that giant city is the only way to the world of the living, with your temperament, you will not confine yourself in this world and seize the Ghost King Palace. Ningqi smiled. This is also a way to the world of the living, right? Or there is more than one Nether Spider Queen in this world. Every passage will be guarded by a Nether Spider Queen, and the Nether Spider Queen in this passage has disappeared for some unknown reason, or is completely dead. Behind each Nether Spider Queen might be a different force. Therefore, Hongjun does not dare to step into the territories of other forces. Pausing, his gaze swept across God King Ghost Candle and the others. Perhaps they used to be powerful divine masters and divine kings in the outside world. After coming to this world, because there was no Nether Spider Queen, they eventually turned into ghosts and forgot their past memories. They constantly reincarnated here. Your guess makes sense, but it is not very likely. How can there be two existences like the Nether Spider Queen? Having one Nether Spider Queen in this world is enough to make people despair. Wang Zongping smiled bitterly. I have seen the Nether Spider Queen. Ningqi smiled. He walked in front of the statue and reached out his hand to touch its face. Behind him, Wang Zongping's expression had already turned extremely ugly. You have seen the Nether Spider Queen? That's right, I have seen it. That's why I remember all the faces on his body. I remember every single one of them clearly. The statue here is very similar to the nether spider queen I have seen. But it is only similar. There are still some differences. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What's the difference? Wang Zongping said in a low voice. They look different. Ning Qi smiled. At that level, it's normal for one face or two faces to be different because of time. But these faces are all men. Do you think the Nether Spider Queen would turn herself into a female because she was too lonely? The faces on the statue were all men. There was not a single woman's face. Chapter 42-40. After hearing Ning Qi's words, Wang Zongping fell into silence. He did not expect that Ning Qi had seen the mother of Nether Spider with his own eyes. Otherwise, Ning Qi would not have found the loopholes in his words. When you followed Hongjun, you saw the mother of Nether Spider. Now you see this statue, but you never mentioned the difference between them to me. So I guess that the Nether Big World is the same as that giant city, and there is a passage leading to the world of the living. Ning Qi smiled. How do you know that the mother of Nether Spider I saw was different from the statue? How could they be the same? Even if I lied to you before, that I had never seen the mother of Nether Spider before? Wang Zongping sighed softly. 8 out of 10 of your words are true, and 2 are false. But I believe what you said before, that you saw the mother of Nether Spider with Hongjun. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, since it has come to this, you might as well be frank. Ning Qi glanced at the Ghost King Palace and said, even if there is a passage leading to the world of the living, you are still here, which proves that it cannot be opened, right? Wang Zongping was silent for a while, and then shook his head. There is no passage leading to the world of the living. The next moment, he suddenly felt a chill, and even his skin was covered with goosebumps. He quickly continued, the passage is indeed blocked. Then there is. Ning Qi smiled and said, just be straightforward, don't beat around the bush, it's boring. In this situation, I will not leave the Nether Big World until I figure out these things. Are you trying to buy time, thinking that I will be attacked by the aura of this world, so that you can escape? That is impossible. I can stay here for 1.5 years. Otherwise, how do you think I killed Hongjun? If his origin was in this world, he would have been dead. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Did you really kill him? Ning Qi smiled and did not speak. Okay, I believe you. Wang Zongping nodded and said, there is indeed a passage here, but I don't know why it is blocked. Hongjun may have known this, and was afraid of the existence behind this world, so he let me stay here. My methods are not as good as yours. Since you can even kill Hongjun, let's see if the passage can be opened together. I only have one request, I want to live. If the passageway opens, you have to let me in to reincarnate. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi calmly. I will naturally satisfy your request. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ghost King Palace. God King Ghost Candle stared at the dry well in front of him with his mouth agape. Wang Zongping, you said this is the so-called passage? Divine King Ghost Candle had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Divine King North Mystery, Wang Zongping is too good at lying. This dry well is clearly ordinary and doesn't have any anomalies. How can it be a passageway? Ordinary? See if you can destroy it. Wang Zongping sneered. That's easy. Godly Monarch Ghost Candle struck out with his palm and instantly, a crater more than 100 feet deep appeared in front of him. The dry well was also reduced to nothingness. Wang Zongping, what do you have to say now? God King Ghost Candle sneered. Look again carefully. Wang Zongping smiled calmly. Fine, I'll look. It'll be the same even if I look 10 times. What was going on? Godly Monarch Ghost Candle's words choked as he looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. He saw the dry well that he had reduced to nothingness reappear. The surrounding soil had indeed sunk from his palm strike, but the dry well still existed. Furthermore, the length of the dry well exceeded his imagination. Godly monarch ghost candle looked into the well in disbelief. It was about 40 to 50 feet deep. However, the exposed dry well was far more than 100 feet deep. A smoke screen. Godly monarch ghost candle's mind stirred as he struck out with his palm again. The dry well was reduced to nothingness again. In less than a few seconds, the dry well appeared once more. The other ghost kings were stunned as well. Could there really be a passageway in this ghost king palace? It was an ordinary dry well, but it was displaying a completely different phenomenon right now. It won't be destroyed by you. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed faint mockery. What's going on? Godly monarch ghost candle looked at Wang Zongping. Wang Zongping glanced at Ning Qi and smiled. Because this well is an object of the Yang world. We, the cultivators of the Yang world, are nothing but illusions in front of it, like bubbles. How can we destroy it? Godly monarch ghost candle's face turned a little livid as his thoughts raced. The other ghost king's expressions did not look good either. If the myriad world was an existence similar to the nether big world, and they were imprisoned in this world, wouldn't they be ghosts among ghosts? The objects of the Yang world cannot be destroyed in the Yang world. Only those who are truly alive can destroy the objects of the Yang world. Wang Zongping smiled at Ning Qi. I also found the statue of this world by accident. After coming to this world, I found this dry well in the Ghost King Palace, which verified my guess. Hong Jun may be a living person. He did not die, but was sent to this world to control the order. A light flashed in Wang Zongping's eyes, and there may have been many living people like him, but I don't know what happened in the Yang world that caused the passages to be blocked one by one, and finally only one was left. Apart from the giant city and this place, you only know of 2 passages. How do you know that there are other passages? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Hong Jun said so. Wang Zongping smiled. In one life, my memory had recovered, but his memory had not. In that life, Hong Jun had once said something in his sleep, and it was related to this passageway. I can even tell you that a long, long time ago, as long as the experts reached the Divine King and Divine Master realm, they were qualified to reincarnate and return to the Yang world. Do you believe it? I believe it. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Wang Zongping was slightly surprised. This also explains why those divine masters and divine kings left their hometown and stepped into the void of the universe to go to that giant city, and finally died in a foreign place. Ning Qi said faintly, perhaps they're just following the rules from a long time ago. They're unwilling and hope to receive the same treatment. However, they might have already forgotten the truth. They don't know what kind of ending awaits them in the end. But we know. As long as we can open this passage, we will be able to reincarnate into the world of the living and truly live. Wang Zongping said solemnly. I don't care about the Yin realm or the Yang realm. The people I care about are all in this realm. To me, this realm is the Yang realm. If this was only so secretive, I'm going home now. Ning Qi shook his head and turned to walk out of the Ghost King Palace. Chapter 42-41. Dumbfounded, Wang Zongping stared at Ning Qi's back as he left. His mind was suddenly in a mess. Li Mu came to the nether big world and got such a secret from him. How could he just turn around and leave? This was the goal that every god master and every god king sought after. In order to truly reincarnate into the world of the living, countless divine masters and divine kings were willing to sacrifice their lives in the world of the dead. God King Spectral Candle also looked at Ning Qi in shock as he gaped. Oh right. Ning Qi turned around and looked at Wang Zongping. Give the position of Ghost King back to Ghost Candle Immortal King. It doesn't matter if you want to study how to open this passage, but don't interfere in the internal affairs of the nether big world. Yes, yes, Wang Zongping nodded. Divine King Beixian? What happened? Ning Qi turned to look at him. Are you really not willing to stay and study how to open this passage? You have to understand that the netherworld is still the netherworld. No matter how strong you are in the netherworld, it's still nothing in the mortal realm. It's just an illusion, Wang Zongping said seriously. At first, he was afraid that once Ning Qi learned of this secret, he would harm him. He might even kill him to prevent the news from spreading so that he could enjoy the secret. But he was not afraid now. Wang Zongping did not even want to stay. Instead, he hoped that Ning Qi could study the tunnel together with him. He had already witnessed Ning Qi's strength. If Ning Qi didn't lie and really killed Hong Jun a few times, then he hoped that Ning Qi could stay. In this way, even if Hong Jun came to the nether big world one day regardless of the consequences, he would have a strong backing to fight against Hong Jun. You'll probably be alone for the rest of your life, right? What's the difference between the netherworld and the mortal realm? Now that I know that I'm not an illusion, the netherworld and the world of the living are not important at all. Ning Qi smiled faintly. As he spoke, his eyes went blank for a moment as a few special scenes flashed through his mind. These scenes seemed to be related to the time when he was asleep at the netherworld spider mother's side. The mortal realm, prayer beads, violet spirit, Ning Qi was silent for a few breaths. Then, he turned and took a step forward, his figure disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Zongping, do you remember what the divine King Beixian said? Do not interfere in the internal affairs of the nether big world. I am still the Ghost King here. God King Ghost Candle looked at Wang Zongping with fear in his eyes. Brother, I plotted to take your position as the Ghost Monarch back then for the sake of this passage. Since all of you already know about this, I won't hide it anymore. The position of Ghost King doesn't benefit me in any way. By the way, I really didn't touch your concubines. Wang Zongping said with a sincere expression. I'll be able to tell if he's moved or not. God King Spectral Candle snorted before looking at the dry well and whispering suspiciously, Is this really a passageway? Can I reincarnate into the mortal realm? Although there is no definite evidence to prove it, but I believe it is the passage. Wang Zongping smiled and said, You haven't seen the netherworld spider mother, so you don't know how terrifying it is. In the nether big world, there is a closed passage, and the mother of nether spider is no longer here, so it is an opportunity for us. Opportunity? Just as Divine King North Mystery said, I am the king of this world. Why should I reincarnate into the so-called mortal realm? Won't I have to start all over again? Wang Zongping frowned slightly and shook his head. I won't do such a thing. How can a swallow and sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Alas, Wang Zongping sighed softly. He never expected that not only Ning Qi was not interested in this matter, but even God King Ghost Candle did not want to go to the real mortal realm. He would rather be imprisoned in the nether big world for the rest of his life, and could not even go to other heavens and realms. However, he glanced at the other ghost monarchs and saw a hint of interest in their eyes. Shenluo Big World. Another 100 years had passed since Ning Qi returned from the nether big world. In this 100 years, Ning Qi would occasionally go to other heavens and realms to have a look when he was free, and he would stay in the heavenly court. In the heavens and realms, the reputation of Great Divine King North Mystery gradually spread in this 100 years. Even the news of Hong Jun being defeated by Ning Qi was spread out through the mouth of 9 Saint Great Divine King. Unknowingly, the great divine kings of all realms knew that there was a lord of the heavenly court in the Shenluo Big World, named Great Divine King North Mystery. Whoever stepped into the world he was in would die. Hence, no matter how the great divine kings acted, no matter how fierce the battles in the realms were, no one dared to come to the Shenluo Big World to absorb the vitality. Even some worlds with divine kings in the Shenluo Big World had a moment of peace in this 100 years. Lingshao Palace. In order to prevent a world from not having enough vitality to support too many great divine kings, Ning-Chi sent those who were promoted to divine kings through the sword of gods to other worlds. Now in the heavenly court, there were only about 10 divine kings left. These 10 divine kings maintained the order of the entire world, and Fang Lingming was the one who dealt with the main matters. You and Ling went to play again? Ning-Chi walked into the Lingshao Palace, and Fang Lingming had just finished dealing with some matters. When a few divine lords saw Ning-Chi, they quickly bowed and left respectfully. Yes. Fang Lingming smiled. In these 100 years, the integration of the Shenluo big world has gradually become more natural. It's not like the time when countless worlds were mixed together and seemed so stiff. There are some interesting things that even Xian or Schwerer and I have taken the time to go and take a look. These 2 girls. Ning-Chi smiled and shook his head. There's still no news from Haotian? Fang Lingming smiled. She paused and sighed. Rulai has been in seclusion in Spirited Mountain all these years and has become a true Buddha. He doesn't even want to come back to see us and has become extremely indifferent. Back then, I stopped him from becoming Dipankara's disciple. It's my fault. Ning-Chi chuckled. His attitude was so proper that no one could find an excuse to be angry. Fang Lingming rolled her eyes at him and hesitated for a moment before saying softly, 100 years ago, you came back and told me that this world might be the netherworld. Could that young lady be an old acquaintance of yours in the Yang realm who found her way to this realm? It's possible, but I won't go anywhere as long as you guys are here. I believe Haotian will find her way back one day. Ning-Chi smiled. But Fang Lingming's eyes flashed with worry. Even if she didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to her sooner or later. Chapter 42-42. Are you worried about Hongjun? Ning-Chi smiled. Although I can't kill him, he can't do anything to me either. He hasn't appeared in Shenluo Great World for so many years, which proves this. Beixian, according to what you said, he might be someone from the world of the living. Although I don't know what's the difference between the world of the living and this world, his understanding of this world's secrets is definitely higher than ours. If it were you, would you let someone you can't control appear in the world you're guarding? Fang Lingming frowned slightly and the worry in her eyes could not be erased. Of course not. Ning-Chi nodded slightly. But it's useless for you to worry about this. It'll only cause more trouble. If he really has any tricks up his sleeves, we'll deal with it when it comes. Ning-Chi smiled. I vaguely feel that I've touched the threshold of the 9th step. Once I advance to the Divine Lord realm, I'll at least be able to protect myself in this world. Fang Lingming was pleasantly surprised. You're about to break through? I have a hunch, but I'm still missing an opportunity to break through. I'm not sure what that opportunity is, so I can only take it one step at a time and slowly comprehend it. Ning-Chi smiled. Divine King and Divine Empress. There are 2 people who call themselves 9 Saint Great Divine King and Celestial Great Divine King requesting to see you. An ultimate god walked into Lingshao Palace and bowed respectfully to Ning-Chi and Fang Lingming. The ultimate gods who stayed in heavenly courts were basically newly promoted in the past 100 years. Ning-Chi sent the older generation of the celestial heavens to expand their own territories in the myriad worlds of the heavens. Shenluo Great World couldn't afford so many divine kings and ultimate gods. Let them in. Ning-Chi smiled and nodded. He had already sensed them the moment they arrived. It wasn't an ability that a great divine king should have, so Ning-Chi felt that he was only a thin layer of paper away from the 9th step. As long as he broke through that layer of paper, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord realm. By then, Ning-Chi would be able to sense even the slightest movement in the myriad worlds. He would be able to sense it even more clearly if it was related to him. Shall I leave? Fang Lingming looked at Ning-Chi. No need. Ning Qi smiled and said, "You are the empress of this universe, God. When I am not in the divine Civ world, you are in charge of all the affairs. Since they have come to this world, how can they not see you?" Fang Lingming's eyes flashed with a coquettish smile. The 9 Saint Great Divine King and the immortal Saint Great Divine King walked into the Lingshao King Palace very quickly. After 100 years, the 9 Saint Great Divine King had used some unknown method to repair the other 5 heads. "Greetings, Divine King Bei Xian." The two hurriedly bowed to Ning Qi. Then, they looked at Fang Lingming and were slightly stunned. Fang Lingming's aura was even stronger than theirs. The two of them had actually heard long ago that many god kings had walked out of the divine Civ world. They estimated that there might be more than 100 of them. Moreover, among these divine kings, the weakest had reached the level of a great divine king, while the strongest had even reached the level of a top-notch first-rate great divine king. For example, the two of them. The two of them didn't know how Ning Qi did it, but they were even more in awe of Ning Qi's means. "This is my wife. We really got to know each other back then. I remember that we weren't even first-step cultivators back then?" Ning Qi smiled. "Qi refinement." Fang Lingming nodded slightly. The 9 Saint Great Divine King and the immortal Saint Great Divine King were stunned when they heard that. The other party actually cultivated from that realm all the way up? They had never thought of that. For example, the immortal Saint Great Divine King was already a 4th-step cultivator when he was born. The 9 Saint Great Divine King was slightly weaker, but he was also at the 3rd step. In the memories of the two of them, before Ning Qi had appeared, it was extremely rare to find an existence that cultivated from the 1st step all the way to the Divine King realm. "Greetings, Divine Empress." The two of them cupped their fists and bowed to Fang Lingming. "You don't have to be so polite." Fang Lingming smiled and nodded. "You don't come without a reason. Are you here today for Hongjuan's matter?" Ning Qi smiled. "Great Divine King Bei Xian, you know about it?" The 9 Saint Great Divine King was a little stunned. "I know who you're here for, but I don't know what happened. Tell me about it." Ning Qi smiled. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a hint of solemnity in their eyes. The great celestial Saint Godly King cleared his throat and began to narrate in a low voice. "Ever since the previous incident, we've been on our guard, afraid that Hongjun would make a move on us. But Hongjun never appeared again after that. He didn't show up even once in the past 100 years. Maybe he went to a corner to take a nap in just 100 years?" Ning Qi smiled. "We have also considered this point, but..." The 9 Saint Great Godly King's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The big world that Hongjun was in completely disappeared yesterday, and not a single godly king could find any traces that belonged to it. There were many great divine kings in this world back then, but they also disappeared without a trace. Now, many great worlds are in chaos. First, it disappeared for 100 years, then the great world disappeared too? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. His gaze suddenly pierced through the layers of void. At this moment, his eyes became very clear and deep. The 9 Saint Great Divine King and the immortal Saint Great Divine King only took a glance and lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with Ning Qi. In that instant, the two of them felt as though their divine souls were about to disperse. The Great Divine King Beishuan's strength seems to have improved again. It's only been 100 years, but his cultivation speed is too terrifying. The two of them looked at each other, secretly shocked. In the past, all the divine kings in the universe thought that Hongjun might be the first to step into the divine master realm. Now, the two of them felt that Ning Qi had the possibility to become the only divine master in the world. After a while, Ning Qi retracted his gaze and nodded at the two of them. "The great world where Hongjun was has indeed disappeared. You can see it?" The 9 Saint Great Divine King was shocked. Then, he reacted, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The great divine King Baishuan's cultivation is unfathomable. I'm really impressed. Now is not the time to flatter. Apart from the disappearance of this world, what other guesses and clues do you have for coming here? Ning Qi smiled faintly. We guess that Hongjun is already dead? The nine-saint great divine king was silent for a few breaths before he slowly opened his mouth. You're saying that his source was destroyed by someone? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. It's not impossible, but we haven't seen it with our own eyes, so we can't be sure. Maybe he just used some means to hide the great world. Hide it? A hint of cold light suddenly flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He thought of a possibility. This possibility might be related to him. Chapter 42-43. During this time, Ning Qi felt that his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. Occasionally, he would look at the other big worlds through the void. Just a few years ago, he had seen the big world where Hongjun was. He suspected the other party might have sensed this, which was why he hid the great world. If this suspicion was correct, that meant that Hongjun might be doing something behind the scenes that could affect all the heavens and realms. Divine King Baixian, I often feel uneasy recently. I always feel that Hongjuan's disappearance is not that simple. The nine-saint divine king smiled bitterly. There must be something wrong. Fang Lingming said lightly. She looked at Ning Qi and said, Baixian, you have to investigate this matter. She had to be cautious. Now that the forces of the heavenly court were all over the big worlds, if they could not determine what Hongjun was doing behind the scenes, the divine kings under the command of the heavenly court would be in danger. Ning Qi nodded slightly, paused, and said with a smile, You two don't have to be so anxious. If you really have nowhere to go, you can go to the nether big world. Although you will be trapped in that place for life after becoming a ghost, it may not be a bad thing for you. Nether big world? Where is it? The nine-saint divine king was slightly stunned. The great divine king was also stunned. He had heard of most of the heavens, but he had never heard of the nether big world that Ning Qi mentioned. You don't know this place? Ning Qi nodded. It seems that this place was indeed similar to the giant city deep in the void of the universe. Hongjun should have deliberately used some means to hide this place. Great divine King Baixian, please tell us more. The two said curiously. Similar to the giant city deep in the void of the universe? Was there really such a big world in the heavens? Ning Qi smiled and said, To enter this world, you have to go to the reincarnation of the infinite world first. The gate of this world is in the reincarnation of the infinite world. If you have nothing else to do, I will take you there, and you will know the rest. Thank you, great divine King Baixian. The two nodded quickly. With Ning Qi's help, they would be safe no matter where they went. This time, they actually wanted to discuss with Ning Qi to live in the divine Luo world. Otherwise, Hongjuan's disappearance would always make the two of them feel uneasy. Lingming, are you coming? Ning Qi looked at Fang Lingming and smiled. I won't be going. There are still many things waiting for me. Fang Lingming smiled and shook her head. Many decisions in the heavenly court required Fang Lingming's approval before they could be implemented. Thus, she was very busy the entire day. Fortunately, his cultivation had already reached the level of the great divine king. There was no need to specially cultivate in this realm, and his cultivation would increase day by day. Seeing this, Ning Qi nodded. Then, he brought the nine-saint great divine king and the celestial saint great divine king to the myriad world reincarnation. Not long after, he found the entrance to the nether big world. There is one thing you need to pay attention to when you enter this world. You must not be corroded by the aura of this world. Otherwise, it will be almost impossible for you to leave this world. Ning Qi smiled and paused. If a ghost turns into a cultivator of this world, then after death, there is a certain chance that it will turn into a black-furred monster. This kind of creature is called the Grim Reaper in this world. Grim Reaper? The two of them immediately revealed a solemn expression. They did not expect that the world that Ning Qi wanted to bring them to would be related to the black-furred monster. This meant that in the past 100 years, Ning Qi had not been idle at all. Instead, he had discovered many secrets. Great Divine King Beixian, between this world and Hongjun. The Nine Saint Great Divine King's expression changed slightly. Between it and Hongjun there is a little relationship, but logically, Hongjun will not step into this world unless it is absolutely necessary. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Zongping once said that there might be another group of forces in the Yang world behind this world, which did not belong to the same group as Hongjun. But this reason could not really explain why Hongjun never stepped into the Nether Big World. Ning Qi believed in another reason that he had guessed. In this world there was an existence that could kill him. After all, there was a dry well that did not belong to the Nether world. Will not step into this world unless it is absolutely necessary? The curiosity in the hearts of the two was completely aroused. What kind of existence was Hongjun? He was once the #1 expert in the heavens and realms. Could it be that in this world there was an expert that was more terrifying than him? Although there was a trace of worry in the hearts of the two, seeing that Ning Qi was so calm, the trace of worry dissipated. Nether Big World. It was also the first time that the Nine Saint Great Divine King and the Saint Immortal Great Divine King stepped into this world, and they were instantly shocked by the strange spiritual qi around them. The smell of this spiritual qi was extremely similar to the aura that the Blood Moon Divine King emitted when he turned into a black-haired monster. They immediately believed what Ning Qi had just said, that this world was indeed related to Hongjun. Do you know Wang Zongping? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Wang Zongping? The Nine Saint Great Divine King was slightly shocked. Isn't that the Taoist child beside Hongjun? But it is said that he has been dead for many years. Who told you that? Ning Qi smiled and said. It was Hongjun who said it himself. The Nine Saint Great Divine King was slightly stunned. Is he still not dead? Not dead, he is in this world. Ning Qi smiled and said. The two's faces revealed a touch of seriousness, and the Saint Immortal Great Divine King took a deep breath. Great Divine King Beixian, Hongjun is also in this world? I have already said that he will not easily step into this world. Wang Zongping is also hiding here to avoid Hongjun. Ning Qi smiled and said. Hiss. The two's faces revealed a touch of surprise. They did not expect that the Taoist child beside Hongjun would fake his death and avoid Hongjun at the same time. Didn't that mean that the other party had found out that something was wrong with Hongjun? What you are thinking is right. Wang Zongping's understanding of Hongjun is much deeper than that of you and me, and the secrets that he knows are also not known by ordinary people. He will stay in this world because this world was once like the giant city, with the Netherworld Spider Mother guarding it. In this world, there are hidden things that countless divine lords and divine kings are looking for. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great Divine King Beixian, you mean? The Nine Saint Great Divine King's throat was a little dry. You will know when you reach the place. Ning Qi took a light step forward and disappeared in front of the two. The two looked at each other and then hurriedly chased after him. Not long after, the three appeared in front of the Ghost King Palace. Who dares? A Ghost King sensed something and walked out to scold loudly, but when he saw Ning Qi's appearance, he swallowed the latter half of his words. Great Divine King Beixian? The Ghost King took a few steps forward in surprise and bowed respectfully. Is Divine King Ghost Candle and Wang Zongping here? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 42-44. They're here, they're here. The Ghost King and Wang Zongping have been there for the past 100 years. The Ghost King wanted to mention the existence of the dry well, but he glanced at the holy immortal great godly king and the 9th great godly king with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Is immortal king Undying Candle also studying that dry well? Ning-Chi smiled. Bring us in. Dry well? 9th great godly king and sage, immortal great godly king, looked at each other. They did not know what Ning-Chi was talking about, so they could only follow Ning-Chi into the Ghost King Palace. In front of the dry well, immortal king Undying Candle and Wang Zongping sat in different directions, looking conflicted. For the past 100 years, you have used countless methods, but it never had any reaction. Immortal King Undying Candle suddenly said, "Could it be that you guessed wrong? This dry well is not a passage to the world of the living?" Impossible. Wang Zongping shook his head. My guess is definitely not wrong. It's just that I have not found a way to open it. As long as I can open it, believe me, you and I can leave this world. Hee. Believe you? Immortal King Undying Candle's eyes flashed with mockery. If it wasn't for mysterious great godly king, I would have chased you away long ago. You still want to stay in my Ghost King Palace? Dream on. You can't chase me away. You're not as strong as me. Wang Zongping shook his head lightly, then ignored Immortal King Undying Candle and continued to study how to open the passage to the dry well. Immortal King Undying Candle snorted. At this moment, a Ghost King rushed in and whispered in his ear, "My lord, mysterious great godly king is here." What? Immortal King Undying Candle was slightly shocked, then his face revealed a hint of joy. "Let's go out and welcome mysterious great godly king with me." "No need, we're coming in." Ning-Chi welcomed them with a smile. 9th great godly king and sage, immortal great godly king followed behind. Mysterious great godly king, you haven't come to the nether big world for the past 100 years. I missed you so much. Immortal King Undying Candle welcomed them enthusiastically. 9th great godly king and sage, immortal great godly king glanced at his cultivation, and their faces instantly became a little strange. This was just an ordinary god king, not even a great god king. Was he the most powerful person in the nether big world? After glancing at godly king's spectral candle, their gazes landed on Wang Zongping. At that instant, they completely believed that Wang Zongping had faked his death and escaped. Wang Zongping heard the commotion and woke up from his deep thoughts. After that, he saw Ning-Chi and hurriedly stood up to welcome him. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and his gaze fell on 9th great god king and celestial Saint great god king. "Brother Wang, long time no see." The 9th great godly king said with a smile. "Indeed, it's been a while. I didn't know you knew the divine King Beixian." Wang Zongping said with a strange expression. "What do you think? Have you figured anything out after all these years?" Ning-Chi looked at Wang Zongping and smiled. Sigh. Wang Zongping couldn't help but shake his head. "I suspect that my cultivation is too low. If I don't reach the Divine Master Realm, I might not be able to open this passage." Passage? 9th great god king's expression suddenly changed. Then, he pointed at the dry well and said in bewilderment, Could this be the legendary Passage of Life? You're lucky to know the divine King Beixian." Wang Zongping glanced at him and smiled. "This dry well is the Passage of Life that countless divine masters and divine kings are looking for. It's the passage to the world of the living, the world of the living. The world of the living? 9th great god king and celestial Saint great god king's expressions changed slightly. In the next moment, 9th great god king suddenly walked quickly to the side of the dry well and looked at it with a fiery gaze. Celestial Saint great god king's feelings were very complicated. It was said that in the depths of the ancient starry sky, in the giant city guarded by the netherworld Spider Mother, there was the legendary Passage of Life. However, he never expected that in another world that he had never heard of, there was also a similar giant city. In it, there was also the legendary Passage of Life. However, this is clearly an ordinary dry well. Celestial Saint Great God King's expression was a little strange. His divine thoughts had already scanned the dry well countless times. It was very ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, reason told him that this dry well was definitely not simple for Wang Zongping to study here for so many years. If we can reopen the passage, we can all reincarnate and go to the real world of the living. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed a hint of pride. In the past, he didn't dare to let others know about this place because he was afraid that someone would obstruct him. However, since Ning Qi already knew about this place, he was not afraid of anything. Given Ning Qi's personality, he would not fight with him for this passage at all. He could finally receive these guests with the mentality of a host and let them see the good things that he had discovered over the years. Brother Wang, how should this passage be opened? Nine Saint Great God King asked hurriedly. I haven't found a way yet. If Divine King Beixian is willing to stay and study with us, I think it won't take long to open it. Wang Zongping looked at Ning Qi with some hidden bitterness. Ning Qi smiled. I came here today to ask you something. Hongjun has been missing for 100 years. Now, even the Hongjun Great World has disappeared. Based on your understanding of him, do you know what he is going to do? He has been missing for 100 years. Wang Zongping's face gradually revealed a hint of shock. Then, he said with a very solemn expression, he never does unnecessary things. Since he has hidden the Hongjun Great World, it means that he has some conspiracy brewing. Conspiracy? Ning Qi pondered for a moment. However, no matter what conspiracy he has, he will never set foot in the Nether Big World. Wang Zongping continued, for safety's sake, Divine King Beixian, why don't you stay in this world for this period of time? Let's study this passage together. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary dry well suddenly emitted a faint layer of white light. This layer of white light became brighter and brighter, making the whole dry well look like it was made of pure white light. How can it be? Wang Zongping's face revealed a touch of shock. Nine Saint Great God King was pleasantly surprised. Brother Wang, Divine King Beixian, does this mean that the passage has been opened? Divine King Spectral Candle was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Ning Qi, a touch of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Could it be that Ning Qi opened it? Otherwise, how could they explain that after studying for so many years, there was no abnormality in the dry well, but as soon as Ning Qi arrived, the dry well immediately began to change? This passage may have been opened. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a rare touch of seriousness. Wang Zongping also nodded slightly. It is indeed possible. After a pause, he slowly stepped back. This passage is now opened, which means that someone is coming from the opposite side of the passage. Nine Saint Great God King and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that we could still find the legendary Netherworld Road in this barren land. A voice came from the dry well. Chapter 42-45. Someone really came over? Apart from Ning Qi, Nine Saint Great Godly King and the others all felt their hairs stand on end. 2,000 years ago, the passageway to the Great Een was completely sealed. All the sects didn't allow the people of the Great Een to reincarnate here. One day in the human world is 10,000 years in the Nether Realm. How many years has it been since someone stepped into the Great Een realm? I'm afraid that the cultivation resources in here are inexhaustible. It's also thanks to the Een Moat sect being exterminated many years ago that the person who attacked couldn't find this passageway. In the end, you and I were able to benefit from it. As they spoke, two figures climbed out of the dry well. Their faces were brimming with happy smiles, but when they saw Ning Qi and the others, their expressions became somewhat strange. Why are these ghosts here? Where's the Netherworld Spider Mother used to guard this place? Looks like after a long time, Some changes in the Great Een realm can't be controlled by us. There's only one possibility for them to be here. The Netherworld Spider Mother may have died because of some accident. After the two people were stunned, they started to discuss in low voices. Ning-Chi and the others just stared at them, not saying a word. A trace of excitement surged in Wang Zongping's eyes. The other party was very likely from the Yang realm. This passageway is still open. Wang Zongping's gaze suddenly fell on the dry well. His throat was a little dry, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly because of excitement. You ghost, what's with that gaze? You want to reincarnate? Suddenly, one of them raised his head and looked at Wang Zongping with a hint of faint ridicule in his eyes. So what if you're from the Yang realm? Now that this passageway is open, we can reincarnate if we want to. Can the two of you stop us? Wang Zongping sneered. Looks like we people from the Yang realm haven't stepped into the Nether realm for too long. You ghosts don't even know what it means that evil can't prevail over good. The other party laughed hideously and suddenly struck out with a palm. Wang Zongping's eyes revealed faint ridicule. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a terrifying power directly swept towards the other party. However, originally, the difference in strength between the two people should be huge, but Wang Zongping's attack was like a light breeze, sweeping past the other party's body, and the other party's fist momentum seemed to carry raging flames, directly causing Wang Zongping's body to be on fire, and it was the kind that couldn't be extinguished. Ah! Wang Zongping rolled on the ground, howling in pain. The two of them looked at this scene with a faint smile, their eyes filled with mockery. When Godly Monarch Ghost Candle saw this, he hurriedly used his means to extinguish the flames on Wang Zongping, but no matter what he did, he could not extinguish the flames. Even because he was careless and came into contact with the starlight, it caused his body to also emit flames. The two of them rolled on the ground and howled miserably, causing the expressions of the Nine Saint Great Godly King and the others to change rapidly. Grand Divine King Beixian. The sacred celestial great godly king looked at Ning-Chi with a hint of shock in his eyes. Their strength seemed to be mediocre at best. In fact, they seemed to be just like two mortals. But why was Wang Zongping's attack ineffective against them? But their fists could cause Wang Zongping so much pain and ignite an inextinguishable flame? Are you guys scared? I remember that many years ago, when the spirits of the Netherworld saw us, they were all very careful. How would they dare to be as savage as he is now? The man spoke again with a smug smile on his face. Because ghosts can't touch the living? Ning-Chi suddenly said. Hey, you know a little bit. Not bad. Not to mention killing us, you ghosts can't even touch us even if you touch us. But the yang qi on our bodies is enough to make you suffer. The other party sneered. It's just that it's not enough to kill us. Ning-Chi continued with a smile. People of the mortal world are also divided into strong and weak, right? With the cultivation of the two of you, the yang fire on your bodies can at most make them feel pain for a while, but it can't cause too much damage. Just as he said that, the flames on Wang Zongping's body disappeared, followed by Godly Monarch Ghost Candle. The two stood up in shock and anger and hurriedly hid behind Ning-Chi. The pain just now was truly unbearable. But when they carefully checked their bodies, they discovered that they indeed did not suffer too much damage. Yo, you know a little. But aren't you afraid at all seeing them in so much pain? How can you be so calm? One of them suddenly laughed. Then, without any warning, he punched out. Swish. Ning-Chi's body also ignited with a layer of yang fire. The terrifying yang fire sizzled, but Ning-Chi, who was enveloped by it, did not feel any discomfort. He continued to look at the other party calmly. Very strong-willed. The two exchanged glances as anger flashed in their eyes. Then, they constantly attacked Ning-Chi. The flames grew stronger. Your yang fire should also be exhausted, right? With your cultivation level, this yang fire can burn third-step cultivators to death, but to me it's just a little lacking. Ning-Chi smiled. The two subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Ning-Chi while panting. Don't you feel pain? One of them asked. Yes. Ning-Chi smiled. But why can you smile when you're in pain? Is it only painful if you roll on the ground? Ning-Chi smiled. When Wang Zongping and Godly Monarch Ghost Candle heard that, a look of embarrassment flashed across their faces. In just a few short conversations, everyone had a slight understanding of the situation in front of them. They, the people of the netherworld, could not touch the living. However, the yang qi of the living could hurt them. If the person who came had an extremely high cultivation level, Wang Zongping and Godly Monarch Ghost Candle might have been burned to death. Godly Monarch Beixian, if that's the case, why did Hongjun? Wang Zongping suddenly said in surprise. He might have entered this world as a soul while his body is in the world of the living. There must be some special method in between, which is why we can touch him but not kill him. Ning-Chi said. There are still existences that can enter the netherworld? When the two heard that, they were stunned. The two of you know quite a lot. Can you tell me what it means to have a Yin soul enter the netherworld? Ning-Chi looked at the two and smiled. What's there to talk about with you ghosts? The two curled their lips in disdain. Although we can't do anything to you, you can't hurt us either. Poochie. For arms were severed. The two, who were boasting shamelessly, stared at their severed arms with their mouths agape. Then, they looked at Ning-Chi in shock. Ning-Chi held the God Legion sword in his hand as blood dripped from it. Oh, the God Legion sword is really an item from the world of the living. Ning-Chi smiled and walked slowly to the dry well. He said to the two, since there's a saying that Yin souls enter the netherworld, for people like you who brought your bodies directly to the netherworld, if you can't return to the world of the living in time, will you die? When the two heard that, fear gradually surged on their faces. Chapter 42-46. How can he have a Dharma treasure from the Yang realm? The two stared at the sword of death in Ning-Chi's hands, and the horror in their eyes intensified. Wang Zongping and the rest watched this scene dumbfounded, and their faces gradually surged with a hint of ecstasy. Ah! Godly King Spectral Candle laughed wildly. You two brats are dead. Burn him to death. The two looked at each other and charged straight at Ning-Chi. The yang qi on their bodies surged, turning into layers of flames that enveloped Ning-Chi. I've said it before, your yang qi can cause pain, but it can't even burn a fourth-step cultivator to death, let alone an existence like me who has already stepped into the pinnacle of the eighth step. Ning-Chi shook his head with a smile, and there was not even a trace of pain on his face. When the two saw this scene, their eyes revealed a trace of despair. The other party had a Dharma treasure from the Yang realm, and his strength was extremely strong in the Yang realm. With him blocking the passage, they could not return to the Yang realm at all. What do you want? One of them spoke slowly. I want to know something about the Yang realm. Why don't you tell me? Ning-Chi smiled. But we can't stay here for long. The two revealed a trace of embarrassment. We can stay here for at most 2 hours, and then we need to return to the Yang realm. Otherwise, the Yang qi on our bodies will gradually be worn away, and we will eventually become ghosts like you, like all of you. That's even better. I'll wait for you to become ghosts, and then we can talk about the Yang realm in detail. Ning-Chi smiled and nodded. What? The two looked at Ning-Chi dumbfounded, and a wave of despair surged in their hearts. Were they really going to die here today? This was the great Yin realm, and it had been many years since ghosts were allowed to reincarnate into the Yang realm. If they died here, they would never have a chance to return to the Yang realm, and could only reincarnate in this great Yin realm. Even their memories in the Yang realm would be wiped out after one reincarnation. I'll tell you everything. I just hope that you can let us live. Whatever you want to know, I, Zhang Ping, will tell you everything I know. Zhang Ping begged for mercy. Let's talk about the Great Yin Realm and the Lesser Yin Realm first. Why is this world called the Great Yin Realm, and why is it not allowed to reincarnate into the Yang Realm? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Zongping and the others immediately pricked up their ears. This was a secret that was difficult for ordinary people to know. For example, the Nine-Saint Great Godly King was painstakingly pursuing this secret all those years ago. This place is called the Great Yin Realm because the reincarnation of a myriad of worlds exists here, and it forms a world of its own. If no one points it out, then existences like all of you would be utterly unaware that you're merely Yin spirits. Zhang Ping said in a low voice. As for the Lesser Yin Realm, it was originally one with the Greater Yin Realm, but for some reason, it was separated. Later on, due to some matters, the top sects in the world joined forces to change the world, causing those who died in the Yang Realm to go to the Lesser Yin Realm. Because of what? Ning Qi said lightly. Zhang Ping and the Nine-Saint Great Godly King looked at each other and said in a low voice, "We're just small characters with low cultivation bases. We don't know the specifics, but it's rumored that it's to prevent a certain existence from leaving the Great Yin Realm and reincarnating into the Yang Realm. Therefore, the Great Yin Realm was abandoned, and the Lesser Yin Realm became the place for the people of the Yang Realm to reincarnate. Just to prevent a person from leaving the Great Yin Realm, the people of the Yang Realm used a trick to imprison the Great Yin Realm for so many years? One day in the Yang Realm is 10,000 years in the underworld." The Nine-Saint Great Godly King and the others' faces turned slightly ugly. No wonder countless divine masters and divine kings had died in the ancient starry sky all these years. It seemed that a long time ago, reincarnation was not a difficult thing for the Great Yin Realm. "Tell me about the Yin spirits entering the underworld," Ning Qi said lightly. Yin spirits entering the underworld was the control that the top sects had over the Great Yin Realm when it was still in use. They would send people to transform into Yin spirits and enter the Great Yin Realm to select Yin spirits with aptitude, allowing them to reincarnate into the Yang Realm to replenish the needs of the Yang Realm's great sections. Zhang Ping said in a low voice. He paused for a moment. However, more than 2,000 years ago, the Yang Realm abandoned the Great Yin Realm. All the passageways leading to the Great Yin Realm were destroyed and sealed, and Yin spirits were no longer allowed to enter the underworld. If people found out that there were still sects doing this, they would definitely be attacked and annihilated. Realization flashed in the eyes of Ning Qi and the others. "Do you know of Hong Jun?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The two of them shook their heads. "He should be a Yin spirit. Yin spirits can't be killed, and can be resurrected after being killed?" Ning Qi said with a smile. "Yes, I see." Shock flashed in the eyes of Zhang Ping and the other man. "There are still people using Yin spirits to enter the underworld? It seems that there are still people in the Yang Realm who are secretly breaking the rules." Ning Qi smiled. My lord. If there are really people who are still using Yin spirits to enter the underworld, their goal might be extremely ambitious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to take the risk of being annihilated. Zhang Ping muttered to himself. "That's right." The other man nodded as well. "That's right." Zhang Ping's face suddenly revealed a trace of astonishment. The supreme treasure of the Yang Realm's top sect, the Divine Soul sect, was stolen by someone some time ago. Could it be the Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure? Ning Qi said lightly. "What are you thinking of?" The Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure can collect Yin spirits and bring them directly to the Yang Realm in one go, where they can be reincarnated in a specific way. Zhang Ping said. "You're saying that Hong Jun is very likely related to the disappearance of the Divine Soul sect's supreme treasure? They want to take away a batch of Yin spirits from the Yang Realm?" Ning Qi frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have guessed wrong. If the Netherworld Spider Mother and Hongjun knew each other, there was no need to use such a roundabout method to take away Ein's spirits. Unless the two did not belong to the same force. It was very likely that Hongjun stopped those God Kings from going to the depths of the universe to prevent the Netherworld Spider Mother from absorbing their power to improve itself. However, this was only a guess, and could not be confirmed for now. Ningqi continued to ask Zhang Ping and the other man about the distribution of forces in the Yang realm. Gradually, everyone had a concept of the Yang realm. Zhang Ping suddenly said in a low voice, "Sirs, if you reincarnate and go to the Yang realm, then all your previous memories will disappear. Other than your own talent, everything else. Impossible, there must be a way to reincarnate with your memories," Wang Zongping immediately said. Zhang Ping and the other man did not say anything, but a trace of mockery flashed in the depths of their eyes. Reincarnate with memories? Dream on. If you go to the Yang realm, your memories will disappear. Why would the top sects in the Yang realm be afraid of a Ein spirit coming out of the Yang realm? Ningqi suddenly said. Retrieving memories is actually not difficult. If you can step into the realm of true immortals, you will be able to remember everything. However, this realm is not something that can be achieved just because you want to. Zhang Ping shook his head slightly. Chapter 42-47. Perfected Immortal Realm? Ningqi smiled. This is the realm of the Yang realm? Zhang Ping nodded. When you reach perfected immortal realm, you are an immortal of the land. There are very few who reach perfected immortal realm, and every one of them is a paragon of the Yang realm. Call the wind and rain. Sacred celestial great godly king suddenly said, "That's all? Even a godly king can easily pluck the stars and chase the moon." Zhang Ping revealed a sincere expression. Lord, this is the netherworld after all. Everything in the netherworld has no substance to us in the Yang realm. With your strength, if you were in the Yang realm, you might not even be able to walk in the air. What a joke, we are great godly kings. Anger flashed in Nine Saint Great Godly King's eyes. But at this point, he fell silent. The other party did not seem to be lying. Could it be that even the strength they had now was just an illusion? Let me give you another example. Zhang Ping spoke again. Even if it wasn't the two of us who came here today, if it was the most ordinary mortal, none of you would be able to hurt him without the Yang realm's Dharma treasures. The methods of the netherworld are only useful in the netherworld. In the Yang realm, you have to follow the rules of the Yang realm. Wang Zongping revealed a determined expression. Can this passage let me reincarnate into the Yang realm? Yes. Zhang Ping nodded. Mystic North Grand Godly King. Wang Zongping looked at Ningqi with a pleading expression. If you want to go, go. Ningqi nodded. Godly King Ghost Candle, I'm sorry for what happened back then. If you reincarnate into the Yang realm one day, I'll make it up to you when I reach the perfected immortal realm. Wang Zongping cupped his fists at Godly King Ghost Candle. Godly King Ghost Candle had a complicated expression. Then, he said lightly, I'm just afraid that you won't remember the past before you reach the perfected immortal realm. Then I'm willing. I'm satisfied to be a human for once. Wang Zongping smiled, then cupped his fists at Nine Saint Great Godly King and Sacred Celestial Great Godly King. Then, he nodded at the surrounding godly kings before jumping into the dry well. In that instant, everyone seemed to see his body shatter, turning into light spots of energy that were sucked into the dry well. Sir, we really can't stay here any longer. If we stay any longer, we'll also become ghosts. Zhang Ping and the other two looked at Ningqi with pleading expressions. Why was this passageway closed before? Ningqi suddenly said, With your strength, how did you reopen this sealed passage? Passageway? Oh, there's only a talisman on it. Because it's been too long, the effect of the talisman has already been reduced to the lowest level. That's why the two of us can easily remove it. If it was a newly drawn talisman, the two of us wouldn't even be able to approach it, let alone open this passage. Zhang Ping smiled bitterly. At this point, the two of them felt a little regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would not have stepped into the netherworld so hastily. Who asked the rumors in the world to be like this? It was said that if the people in the world of the living could find the passageway and step into the netherworld, they would obtain great benefits and would not be hurt by the ghosts in the netherworld. Unexpectedly, not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also lost their arms. Now they might even be left behind and become ghosts. If you return to the other side and cover the talisman, this passageway will be completely sealed, right? Oh, there's another possibility. You might sell this passageway to a stronger person and let them step into the netherworld. Ning Qi smiled faintly. We don't dare to, we definitely don't dare to. Zhang Ping and the other two hurriedly promised. I don't really believe in your promises. The best way now is... Ning Qi smiled and the Zhuge sword in his hand swept across the two's necks in an instant. Two heads fell to the ground, but Zhang Ping and the other two stood on the same spot unscathed. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a touch of sadness in their eyes. They had also become ghosts. Go and reincarnate. Ning Qi smiled faintly. One day in the Yang realm was 10,000 years in the netherworld. In a short period of time, he did not need to consider whether the two of them could cultivate to the perfected immortal realm after reincarnating and remember what happened today. Zhang Ping and the other two looked deeply at Ning Qi, then turned and jumped into the dry well. Divine King North Mystery, are they really going to reincarnate? Divine King Spectral Candle revealed a doubtful look. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Ning Qi said faintly. That's right. Great Godly King Sage Immortal sighed. If we really lose our memories, even if we reincarnate into the world of the living, we won't even know who we were in the past. If they didn't even know who they were, who could answer Godly King Spectral Candle's question? There is such a passageway here. If it can really reincarnate to the Yang realm, then everyone will have an additional choice. There will be no need to go to that huge city in the depths of the universe. Ning Qi looked at Nine Saint Great God King and Divine Sage Great God King. Do the two of you plan to be like Wang Zongping? I will definitely reincarnate. But before that, I want to bring some people to reincarnate to the Yang realm. Nine Saint Great God King said firmly. Divine Sage Great God King was silent for a few breaths. Then, he shook his head. Losing my memory is equivalent to dying. I will just stay in my own place. His tone was somewhat self-deprecating. When you are tired of staying here, you can come and find me. But by then, I'm afraid I will have made a big fortune in the Yang realm. Nine Saint Great God King said half-jokingly. Divine Sage Great God King nodded slightly. That's settled. Isn't everything fine now? What's the point of reincarnating? God King Spectral Candle grumbled. Ning Qi smiled. Then we will leave this place first. You will guard this dry well. If anyone wants to reincarnate, don't stop them. Yes. Divine King Spectral Candle nodded quickly. The three of them left Nether Big World and returned to Shunluo World. However, compared to before they went to Nether Big World, Shunluo World seemed to be a little quiet at this moment. Even the cries of insects and birds could not be heard. Something is wrong. Nine Saint Great God King's face revealed a hint of seriousness. Before the two of them could react, Ning Qi had already disappeared. Heavenly Court. There was no one. Whether it was Fang Lingming, Wang Shui, or Li Xian, they were all gone. Ning Qi stood in the sky above the heavenly court with a gloomy face. He looked around. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and instantly saw the entire Shunluo world. There was no one. The steamed buns in some stalls were still giving off steam. But no matter where he was, there was no trace of anyone. Not even a trace of beasts could be seen. 9 Saint Great God King and Divine Sage Great God King appeared behind Ningqi one after another. Great God King Beixian, what exactly happened? Why did all the living beings in the entire Shenluo world disappear? 9 Saint Great God King was shocked. Let's go to other worlds to take a look. After a few breaths of silence, Ningqi spoke slowly. Chapter 42-48. Ningqi and the other two went through many great worlds, including 9 Saint Great World and Celestial Saint Great World. But just like Shenluo World, they couldn't find any trace of living beings in every great world they went to. It was as if all living beings disappeared in a single night, no matter what they were doing. Zhang Ping said that someone stole the treasure of the Divine Soul Sect. It can collect souls and bring them to the Yang realm. Celestial Saint Great Godly King said slowly. 9 Saint Great Godly King said immediately, impossible. No matter how strong the treasure is, can it take away all the souls in the universe at once? It's not impossible. Ningqi's eyes flashed coldly. The Divine Soul Sect is a top sect in the Yang realm, right? The treasure in its hands should be a top item in the Yang realm. The power it can unleash in the Great Yin realm is not something you and I can imagine. If this matter was really related to Hongjun, Ningqi swore to chase him to the ends of the earth to find him. In the Yang realm, he wouldn't have the ability to be immortal anymore. But there's something that doesn't make sense. 9 Saint Great Godly King frowned. We were stopped by Hongjun when we went to the ancient starry sky. This means that he doesn't want anyone to step into that huge city, and he's preventing anyone from reincarnating into the Yang realm. This is quite consistent with what Zhang Ping said. In order to stop a ghost from reincarnating, the entire Great Yin realm was sealed up, and Hongjun is very likely to be one of its minions, and he's in charge of guarding us here. There's another possibility. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. What possibility? 9 Saint Great Godly King and Celestial Saint Great Godly King looked at Ningqi. Now that all the worlds in the universe had undergone such a hair-raising change, Ningqi had become their pillar of support. The Yang realm sealed the passage and abandoned the Great Yin realm because they were afraid that the soul would reincarnate into the Yang realm. This means that when the soul was alive, it was very likely to be a big shot that even the top sects in the Yang realm had to be wary of. Hongjun, or the force behind him, violated the rules and sent the Yin spirit into the Yin realm, perhaps to find this soul. He's preventing others from reincarnating, but it's more likely that he's preventing the Yin soul they're looking for from slipping through their fingers. Ningqi said lightly. The 9 Saint Great Godly King and the Celestial Saint Great Godly King looked at each other, and their eyes gradually revealed a hint of realization. In that case, Hongjun was afraid that the person he was looking for would leave the Great Yin, so he deliberately stopped him from reincarnating? If that's the case, why did he take away all the souls in the universe at once? If we weren't still in the nether big world, maybe. The 9 Saint Great Godly King was a little scared. There are many possibilities, but I'm inclined to believe that he couldn't wait any longer. He probably felt that he couldn't complete the mission and couldn't find him or the spirit they were looking for. In the end, he became desperate and took all the spirits with him. In their opinion, the Yin spirit they are looking for will definitely be here. Ningqi said faintly. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the sky. Perhaps it won't be long before the forces of the Yang realm react and reopen the passageway to enter the Great Yin realm to investigate. When that time comes, the empty Great Yin might have a chance to be used again. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Let's go to another place. Once we get there, we'll know if things are as we guessed." Where? In the depths of the void of the universe. The three of them disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, They were already in the depths of the void of the universe. This time, there were no arms in the void to stop them. Just like the heavens and realms, the void of the universe seemed to be lifeless. Time passed, year after year. The three of them kept traveling in the void of the universe. It's gone. Ning Qi sighed softly. The giant city has disappeared, which means that this passageway should be completely sealed. The dry well in the nether big world could still exist. Supposedly, the sect that controlled this passageway in the past did not really want to seal it, but only temporarily. And the giant city in the void of the universe, which was guarded by the mother of Nether Spider, had really disappeared. Otherwise, they would have found a trace of it after so many years. Great Divine King Beixian, what should we do? The Great Divine King Celestial's face was a little pale. He originally did not intend to leave this world, but now the situation. If they were taken away, they should have been reincarnated by now. Zhang Ping said that the treasure of the Divine Soul Sect could be used to choose the reincarnation. The other party should be using this method to select the people they are looking for. Ning Qi said in a low voice. If that's the case, then we might as well reincarnate into the world of the living. I believe that with our qualifications, it will not be difficult for us to step into the realm of true immortality and retrieve our memories. By then we can find Hongjun. Nine Saint Great Divine King said with a gloomy face. That's the only way. Great Divine King Celestial sighed softly. You go to the nether big world first. I want to go back to Shenlua world to take a look. Ning Qi was silent for a moment and said lightly. Then the two of us will take our leave first. Nine Saint Great Divine King and Ning Qi of the Great Divine Dynasty cupped their fists. Before leaving, Nine Saint Great Divine King suddenly turned around and said, Divine King Beixian, I will wait for you in the world of the living. Don't forget the past. Shenlua world. Heavenly Court. Ning Qi and the other two went to find the giant city, and spent more than 100 years. When they returned to the Heavenly Court this time, he noticed something different. In front of the Lingxiao Palace, someone seemed to have carved a sentence with a sword. Hongjun is desperate. Everyone in the heavens and realms, including Haotian, have been taken away by the soul-gathering pearl. I have to return to the world of the living immediately to deal with this. If you are not there, you will see this sentence I left behind. Remember, no matter what, go to the world of the living to find us. Ziyun. So, she also came from the world of the living. Ning Qi muttered to himself. This sentence already showed that his guess was basically right. All the ghosts in the heavens and realms were in the hands of Hongjun. Go to the world of the living. Ning Qi turned and left expressionlessly. Even if he had to forget the past, he still had to go to the world of the living. Nether big world. In front of the dry well. Divine King Unholy Candle looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Great Divine King Beixian. Just now Nine Saint Great Divine King and Great Divine King Celestial Saint Great Divine King have already reincarnated you. There will be changes in the heavens and realms. When the people from the world of the living come, they may not keep you old ghost. Reincarnation is the best way for you now. Ning Qi looked at Divine King Unholy Candle and said slowly. People from the world of the living? Divine King Unholy Candle's expression changed slightly. When he thought of the pain of being burned by the yang fire, he could not help but shiver. When he came back to his senses, he had already seen Ning Qi walk into the dry well with his own eyes. Chapter 42-49. Nine Dragons Continent, Yanqing City. Today, for some reason, all the pregnant women in the city gave birth at the same time, regardless of whether their babies were 1 month old or not. The cries of babies resounded throughout Yanqing City. The Ning family, one of the 3 major families in the city, also gave birth to dozens of babies today. Among them, 3 babies were shrouded in golden light. As soon as they were born, they had the dragon and tiger vision. The heavens have eyes. The heavens have eyes. Our Ning clan can finally produce 3 cultivators. The head of the Ning family burst into tears and looked crazy. The other children of the Ning family also looked happy. The dragon and tiger vision meant that the babies were born with spirit root. No matter what kind of spirit roots they had, they would have a chance to cultivate. The Ning family was a martial family. They had a good reputation in Jianghu, but in Yanqing City, they were the last of the 3 major families. This was because the children of the other 2 families had joined the legendary immortal cultivation sects and became cultivators. Cultivators could ride the clouds, control lightning, and even a simple spell could kill a martial arts expert who had cultivated for decades. His divine ability was simply unfathomable. However, to become a cultivator, the first obstacle was spirit roots, and the second was money. Without spirit roots, no matter how much money they had, they couldn't become cultivators. Without money, even if they had spirit roots, they might be burdened by the terrifying resources needed for cultivation. In the end, they would be mediocre and wouldn't be much stronger than martial artists. Ning Yo was also very happy. He had a silly smile on his face. He was a servant of the Ning family. He was in his 40s and had a son in his old age. Today, one of the 3 babies with the dragon and tiger vision was his son. Your Ning family is really blessed by the heavens. The great changes in the Great Yin realm have caused countless ghosts to reincarnate into the world of the living. However, in such a big Yanqing city, the only 3 children with spirit roots are all in your Ning family. A voice sounded in the sky above Yanqing City. Everyone looked up at the sky subconsciously. The expressions of the other 2 major families in Yanqing City changed suddenly. Spirit roots? The Ning family, which had been passed down for more than 200 years in Yanqing City, actually had 3 people with spirit roots? From the heads of the 2 families to the servants, everyone's expressions turned ugly. If this was true, then in a few decades, the 2 families would have to live under the Ning family's control. Bang! The teacup smashed to pieces. Why is it that my Lin family has also given birth to dozens of Qilin sons, but none of them have spirit roots? It just had to be the Ning family. The Ning family. The head of the Ning family and the others stared at the old man descending from the sky with their mouths agape. A few breaths later, the Ning family's patriarch hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Immortal Elder? I am a cultivator of Mount Fuyu's Purple Pure Palace, Spiritual Master Ziyang. I passed by this place and saw that your family has given birth to 3 people with spirit root. I wanted to take a look at their spirit root. If the quality is good, I will come again when they are 5 years old and take them as my disciples. Perfected Ziyang smiled. The members of the Ning family were excited. He didn't expect that an immortal would come knocking on the door as soon as the baby was born. This was definitely a blessing for the Ning family. After the Ning family had reacted, he hurriedly said, Immortal Elder, please come this way. The 3 children are currently in the house. The crowd clustered around Perfected Ziyang and entered the house. Ning Nyo also followed behind them happily. Many of the servants looked at him with envy and jealousy. Some of the Ning family members who had once looked down on him were now laughing and chatting with him. One of the 3 people with spirit roots was Ning Nyo's son. Now, no one dared to treat Ning Nyo as an ordinary servant. The cries of babies could be heard continuously in the house. Because the pregnant women were suddenly about to give birth, there were not enough midwives. Therefore, the pregnant women of the Ning family were all gathered in one house and had successfully given birth. Among the crying babies, there was only one who seemed especially quiet. His eyes rolled around as he looked at everything around him. Immortal Elder, this is my eldest daughter-in-law, and this is my second daughter-in-law. The Ning family head quickly introduced them to Perfected Ziyang. The 2 women had just given birth and were very tired. Seeing a strange man like perfected Ziyang step into their house, they immediately blushed. Two people with spirit root. Both of them are of your direct bloodline? Perfected Ziyang looked at the Ning family head with a faint smile. The Ning family head immediately nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. He couldn't help but be happy. What about the other person? Spiritual Master Ziyang glanced at the two babies and nodded slightly before he asked. Oh, he's the son of my servant, Ning Nyo. But Ning Nyo will no longer be a servant soon. The Ning family head hurriedly said. An honest smile appeared on Ning Nyo's face as he looked into the distance. There was a woman with a pale complexion, and she was carrying a quiet little boy in her arms. Let me take a look at these two first. Perfected Ziyang nodded slightly. Spirit roots were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and extreme. Within each grade there were some strong and weak ones, but there was no specific division. However, the strong and the weak would ultimately be reflected in the speed of cultivation. The results would be clear in the future. Apart from grade, there were also differences in attribute. Perfected Ziyang wouldn't say too much to these mortals. He only introduced the method to verify the grade of a spirit root. Blood was needed. The two women looked at their children's fingertips being lightly pricked, and the blood dripped onto a jade slip that Perfected Ziyang took out. Swish! As soon as the first child's blood dripped onto the ground, an inch-long flame appeared. Perfected Ziyang waited for a while. Then, he smiled in satisfaction. An inferior grade fire spirit root. Moreover, it's a single spirit root, with no other spirit roots accompanying it. It won't be a problem for him to embark on the path of cultivation in the future. What's his name? When he's 5 years old, I'll take him in as my disciple. This child was the son of the Ning family head's wife. When the couple heard that, they were ecstatic. Their son finally had the chance to become a legendary cultivator. We haven't chosen a name yet. How about Perfected Ziyang? The Ning family head said tentatively. Alright. Perfected Ziyang's face lit up. I'll be the best candidate. His surname is Ning, he has a fire spirit root, and he was born in Yanqing City. Let's call him Ning Yanqing. Good name. Everyone immediately clapped. Perfected Ziyang smiled and began testing the second child. After a while, inferior grade spirit root and metal spirit root? Perfected Ziyang frowned slightly. The second son and the second daughter-in-law of the Ning family immediately revealed nervous expressions. Perfected Ziyang, this child is. The Ning family head whispered. Dual spirit root. Although his cultivation speed is not as fast as a single spirit root, he can still enter my sect, Perfected Ziyang said calmly. Give him a name. I'll take him in as my disciple when he's 5 years old. From the fact that Perfected Ziyang did not name the child, everyone could tell that the dual spirit root was not a good thing. However, since the child could still enter the sect, the Ning family head's second son and wife heaved a sigh of relief. I hope this one can surprise me. Perfected Ziyang's gaze landed on the last baby, and he dripped his blood on the jade slip. The next moment, multicolored rays of light rose from the jade slip. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. There were so many lights. Could it be that Ning Nyo's son was the most talented? To mortals, Ning Nyo's son's talent test was much more dazzling than the other two young masters. Perfected Ziyang, my son. Ning Nyo stammered. Spiritual Master Ziyang was dumbstruck. He was silent for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Then, he shook his head with a sneer. I've never seen such a messy spirit root. This child is the first one I've seen in my life. His aptitude is terrible. He's not fated to enter the sect of immortals. With that said, he handed over a token to the Ning family's patriarch. This is the token of my violet pure palace. If any fellow Taoists come, show it to them, and they'll know that these two kids are already under my violet pure palace. I'll come to Yanqing City again when they're 5 years old. You must prepare at least 2,000 pieces of pure gold for each person. Otherwise, they won't have enough money to cultivate when they enter the sect of immortals." With that, Master Ziyang waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Before he left, he glanced at the quiet baby with a look of disgust in his eyes. How can there be such messy talent in this world? He's really a blockhead in the cultivation world. Is my poor talent a hindrance to you? Ning Qi sighed softly in his heart. He had reincarnated. Moreover, he did not lose his memories. He suspected that it had something to do with the Buddha bead in his body. However, he would have to slowly explore the specific reason in the future. This person just said that tens of thousands of babies are born in Yanqing City in a day? I'm afraid there will be countless ghosts reincarnating today. Trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ning Qi felt a headache coming on. His mother frowned slightly when she saw Ning Qi. She also reacted from perfected Ziyang's reprimand and quickly hugged Ning Qi. She did not care about the spirit root. As long as her son was healthy, everything would be fine. Ning Niu stood on the ground in a daze. The Ning family head and the others also fell silent. After a while, Ning Niu, perfected Ziyang, said that your son is not fated to cultivate. I don't think he's lying. Let's just act like before. This time, let's just treat it as a dream. The Ning family head gently patted Ning Niu's shoulder. Ning Niu came to his senses and smiled foolishly. He did not care about Ning Qi's talent at all. Instead, he was happy to hear that Ning Qi would not be taken away by perfected Ziyang after he was 5 years old. Chapter 4250. Ning Xian, you want to sneak out again today. Go back quickly. How worried will your parents be if they know you are missing? An auntie with strong arms carried Ning Qi all the way from the gate to the yard where Ning Niu and his wife lived. Auntie Wu, I told you that my name is Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. It had been a year since he was reincarnated in the world of the living. He was 1 year old now. During this year, no matter how hard he tried to practice his old cultivation method, it didn't work at all. Gradually, Ning Qi guessed that the cultivation method of the underworld might not work in the world of the living. At first, people were a little afraid of him because he had a spiritual root and didn't dare to get close to him. But as time went by, people had concluded that Ning Qi's spiritual root was just as immortal Ziyang said, a useless spiritual root. He couldn't set foot on the road of cultivation at all, so people's fear of Ning Qi turned into curiosity and ridicule. Occasionally, people saw him and teased him, saying that he should take good care of them when he became an immortal. But they all knew that Ning Qi couldn't set foot on the road of immortality. Auntie Wu, sorry to trouble you again. Ning Qi's mother had just washed a basin of clothes when she saw Ning Qi being carried by Auntie Wu. She knew that her son was going to sneak out as usual. Alas, your child, although according to the immortal, can't set foot on the road of immortality, he has a spiritual root and is much smarter than ordinary children. He can run and jump at such a young age. You'd better keep an eye on him, in case he is secretly taken away one day. Auntie Wu murmured and finally turned to leave after Ning Qi's mother repeatedly assured her. Xian, why did you sneak out again? Ning Qi's mother looked at Ning Qi sternly. Mom, I just want to go out for a walk. Ning Qi sighed softly. Ning Qi's mother's stern face gradually relaxed, and then she put on a kind smile. She gently touched Ning Qi's head. I know you are very sensible since you were born, and you will be a little bored after staying in the Ning mansion for so long. But you are not grown up yet. If you go out alone, you may be taken away by a beggar. I don't want you to appear in front of me with broken legs and hands. I see. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Hell difficulty. He just wanted to take advantage of the limited time to go out and see if he could find some clues. If he could find something related to Hongjun, he would know what to do in the future. If he really couldn't cultivate in this life, mortals could only live for 70 to 80 years at most. It would be too difficult to find the reincarnations of Fang Lingming and the others in such a short period of time. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at his mother sincerely and said, "Mom, my name is Ning Qi. All right, your name was given to you by Master. You can't just change it." Ning's mother smiled and patted Ning Qi's head. "I'm going to wash clothes. You go back to the room and stay there. I'll cook for you after I wash clothes. Then I'll go back to my room." Ning Qi nodded and turned back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed as sets of cultivation methods that he had once cultivated flashed through his mind. He sat for about an hour. Ning Qi opened his eyes and sighed again. This won't do. Whether it was the martial Tao or the immortal Tao, everything he knew was useless in this world. System, I can preserve my memory, which means you are still in my body. When are you going to activate it? Can you give me a definite answer? Ning Qi murmured to himself. Could it be that you don't have the means before in the world of the living? Even so, it is still a special magic treasure, right? There was no movement. Ning Qi shook his head and lay on the bed to sleep. A few days later. It was his birthday. He thought that this year's birthday would be spent with Ning Niu and his wife. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi's mother hurriedly found a clean and decent dress for Ning Qi to wear, and then carried him away. "Mom, where are we going?" Ning Qi asked. "Have you forgotten? Today is also the birthday of first young master and second young master. Master asked me to take you to this birthday party on account that your father has been helping him manage the stone mine outside the city this year." Ning Qi's mother said happily. She muttered in a low voice, "The two madams should reward us with a few taels of silver. Then we can add some clothes for you this month. It's going to be winter soon." Ning Qi was silent. Birthday party. He needed to add more clothes for the winter. How long has it been since he had the concept of spring, summer, autumn and winter? The life of mortals. It's been a long time. The birthday party was very lively. Ning Qi was carried by Ning Qi's mother and sat at a table in the corner. The main characters of today's birthday party were naturally the two chubby first young master and second young master of the same age as Ning Qi. The eldest and second son of the Ning family's master sat on both sides of him, and then next to them were their wives. There were countless small objects on the main table. The two young masters were placed on the table, allowing them to grab these objects. Soon, the young master grabbed a peachwood sword. Everyone cheered. The young master will definitely be a dragon among men in the future and become a member of the immortal sect. The Ning family's master smiled happily. His eldest son was also very happy and clasped hands with his wife. Seeing this, the second son quickly looked at his son. During the aptitude test, his son wasn't favored by immortal Ziyang and didn't get a name. He didn't want to fall behind this time. Got it, it's Jin Yuan Bao. The second young master will definitely be rich in the future. Everyone exclaimed. Seeing this, the second son of the Ning family's master looked a little disappointed. However, the Ning family's master was very happy. Jin Yuan Bao is good. Yen Dong can also set foot in the immortal sect in the future. If he can buy some property in the immortal sect, he can assist Yen Qing in his cultivation. Father is right. The second son smiled apologetically. Suddenly, the Ning family's master's eyes fell on Ning Qi's mother in the distance and laughed. Ning Xian, come and grab something too. Ning Xian. Everyone looked a little strange. No matter what, Ning Xian was a servant. It was already a great kindness to be able to attend the birthday party here today. Now he was going to grab something like the young master and the second young master? Master, I can't do that. Ning Qi's mother quickly declined. Why not? Ning Xian also has a spiritual root, and he has been very smart since he was a child. The master of the Ning family glanced at his two grandsons who were giggling foolishly, and then looked at Ning Qi's calm eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. As long as one had a spirit root, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. I have high hopes for Ning Xian. He will be responsible for the Ning family in the future. Bring him over to grab something, the Ning family's master said in an unquestionable tone. Seeing this, Ning Qi's mother had no choice but to bring Ning Qi to the main table. She felt a little uncomfortable under the gazes of all the nobles at the main table. Mother, I want that. Ning Qi suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at one of the items on the table. Everyone was secretly amazed. Although a 1-year-old child could walk and talk, his speech was not as organized as Ning Qi's. Book? You want a book? The Ning family's master was slightly stunned and then stood up in surprise, staring at Ning Qi. Yes, I want to read. Everything was inferior. Since he could not cultivate for the time being, he could only read. Reading was the shortcut that Ning Qi could think of to temporarily change his life and let him master more means in the future. Ha ha ha. Reading is good. Our Ning mansion is going to have a scholar. The Ning family's master laughed happily. Chapter 42-51. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed since that incident. Ning Qi was already 4 years old. From that day onwards, the head of the Ning family hired a teacher to teach Ning Qi. His 2 grandsons only started to learn from Ning Qi when they were 2 or 3 years old. According to the teacher, Ning Qi was precocious and talented. He could learn anything as soon as he learned it. As for Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong, although they were also smart, they were far from being comparable to Ning Qi. In everyone's opinion, Ning Qi was compensated by God for his inability to cultivate. In short, those with spiritual roots were not ordinary people. This made them yearn and revere the gate of immortality even more. Because of Ning Qi, Ning Niu was more and more valued by the head of the Ning family. He was promoted from an ordinary servant to a steward, and Ning Qi's living conditions were much better. Most importantly, whether it was the head of the Ning family or his 2 sons and daughters-in-law, they all treated Ning Qi very well. They already treated Ning Qi as a true disciple of the Ning family. In terms of food and clothing, Ning Qi's standards were the same as Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong's. Since Ning Qi was smarter than them, these 2 brats would run around Ning Qi in diapers whenever they had the chance. Sigh. Ning Qi closed the book and looked out the window, sighing softly. It was very convenient for him to go out now. He could call for 2 servants to go with him at any time, and Mother Ning wouldn't care about these things anymore. After studying with the teacher for a few years, Ning Qi had more freedom than anyone else in the Ning family because he usually gave people the impression that he was mature and steady. In the past few years, he wanted to find out what happened in the underworld through various ancient books. Unfortunately, the Ning family's ability was limited. Among the ancient books he obtained, there were only a few words mentioning the underworld and reincarnation. Ning Qi didn't find any clues about the ghosts in the Great Yin realm being taken away. Even the outside world didn't know about it. Besides looking for clues, Ning Qi was also trying to find a way to cultivate. If he couldn't cultivate, he would choose to practice martial arts first. The Ning family was built on martial arts. The head of the Ning family, his 2 sons, and other members of the Ning family were all skilled in martial arts. The head of the Ning family was a powerhouse in the 7th tier of the physical body realm. Even in Yanqing City, he would be a top-notch expert. Brother Xian. 2 figures, one fat and one thin, walked into Ning Qi's house. I told you to call me Brother Qi, Ning Qi said lightly. But Mother said that Brother Xian's name was given by Deacon Niu, and we can't change it without permission. She told us to call him Brother Xian. The skinny figure said in a low voice. All right. Ning Qi felt a little helpless. As for his name, He could only wait until he was a little older before changing it. The fat one was Ning Yanqing, who had been personally named by Taoist Violet Sunday. He was his future disciple, and the skinny one was Ning Yandong. He had dual low-grade spirit root. Yen Qing, Yen Dong, you were punished by Mr. to copy the 100 surnames 20 times. Are you done already? Ning Qi said. We haven't finished yet, but Grandpa asked us to come over and tell Brother Xian that there's a guest visiting. Ning Yanqing cupped his fists. Although he was chubby and young, he had been following behind Ning Qi all these years and had learned to act like Ning Qi. A guest visiting? Ning Qi calculated the time and his eyes flickered slightly. The 5 years seemed to be up soon, and it was very likely that the guest was the Taoist from the Purple Pure Palace. You guys can go. Why did you call me? Ning Qi said with a smile. Grandpa said that Brother Xian should go with us. It seems that the guest requested it. Ning Yanqing said. Since that's the case, let's go. Ning Qi nodded slightly. The 3 small figures walked toward the reception hall together. The servants they met on the way all cupped their fists and saluted, watching the 3 of them go into the distance. A servant couldn't help but sigh when he saw Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong following behind Ning Qi. Eldest young master and second young master really have a good relationship with Ning Xian. It's good, but it's a little overstepping the boundaries. Don't gossip behind our backs. Today, perfected Ziyang came again. Eldest young master and second young master are going to the celestial sect soon. After they become immortals, why would they worry about our secular affairs? I think Ning Xian will be the one to support the Ning family in the future. No matter what, he is famous far and wide. It won't be difficult for him to get an official's title. With 2 young masters in the celestial sect and 1 in the secular world as an official, our Ning family is going to soar. That's true. In the reception hall, the Ning family head and his 2 sons were drinking tea with perfected Ziyang respectfully. I heard that your Ning family is already the head of the 3 big families in Yanqing City? Perfected Ziyang said with a faint smile. This is all thanks to Perfected Ziyang's care. After the news that he came to accept a disciple spread, the Lin and Huang families gave way to the Ning family in all aspects, not daring to be enemies with the Ning family at all. The Ning family head hurriedly said in a flattering manner. Perfected Ziyang smiled without saying anything. He was already used to the fact that a casual word from the celestial sect could affect the secular world. They're here. The Ning family head suddenly looked outside the door with a gratified look on his face. 3 figures walked into the reception hall one after another. Perfected Ziyang's eyes lit up when he saw them. He walked toward Ning Qi and said, Yen Qing, do you still remember your master? Everyone's expression instantly became somewhat strange. Perfected Ziyang, I'm the blockhead you mentioned. This is Ning Yanqing, and this is Ning Yandong. Ning Qi smiled and moved to the side. Perfected Ziyang was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Ning Yanqing, who looked like a winter melon, then at Ning Yandong, who was as skinny as a monkey, and finally at Ning Qi, who was as handsome as jade. Yen Qing greets spiritual master Ziyang. Ning Yanqing bowed to perfected Ziyang with some fear. Ning Yandong ran to his father's side, somewhat afraid of strangers. Ha ha! Back then, the 3 of them were only the same size. I was blind. Perfected Ziyang suddenly laughed, dissolving his own awkwardness. Master, are you going to bring Yen Qing and Yandong to the mountains to cultivate? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Before the Ning family head said anything, Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi first. The 2 of them are indeed going to Pure Z Palace with me to cultivate. From then on, they will be part of the immortal sect. What do you think? Think? Reluctant, right? Ning Qi said in a low voice. Reluctant? Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. In the end, he really did not see any jealousy or envy in Ning Qi. There was indeed only reluctance. Sigh. Perfected Ziyang sighed softly and said to the Ning family head, "Although this child can't set foot in the immortal sect, he will be of great use in the secular world." When the Ning family head heard that, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. "I heard that you've been studying since you were young. Do you want to take the imperial examinations?" Perfected Ziyang looked at Ning Qi. "I need a way to protect myself," Ning Qi said lightly. "Protect yourself? Studying can indeed protect you, but in the secular world, martial arts are better than studying. Although your spirit root is heterogeneous, which is the first I've seen in my life, practicing martial arts isn't a problem. I have a cultivation technique here to pass on to you. Do you want to study it?" Perfected Ziyang asked on a whim. Chapter 42-52 Martial Arts Cultivation Method? The Ning family patriarch and the others revealed looks of pleasant surprise. A martial arts cultivation method that came from an immortal must be very powerful. "Thank you, spiritual master Ziyang." Ning Qi cupped his fist. "You'll be my in-name disciple once you learn my cultivation method. There are a few rules." Spiritual master Ziyang's lips curled up. In-name disciple? The Ning family head had a strange look on his face. When spiritual master Ziyang first saw Ning Qi's talent, he had snorted disdainfully. Why did he want to take him in as an in-name disciple now? But it was a good thing. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong could become spiritual master Ziyang's personal disciples and enter the immortal sect. Ning Qi could also become an in-name disciple. This was even better than having 3 top scholars in the Ning family. The Ning family head looked at Ning Qi expectantly. "But, in-name disciple? Thank you for your kindness, spiritual master Ziyang." Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go study." "Xian are you?" The Ning family head was stunned. His eldest and second sons were also staring at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. This child actually rejected them politely? The smile in spiritual master Ziyang's eyes also froze. He slowly frowned, then snorted coldly and said to the Ning family head, "Is the pure gold ready?" "Yes, yes. Here are 4,000 taels of gold. Yanqing and Yandong 2,000 taels each." The Ning family head had no time to teach Ning Qi a lesson. He quickly took out the gold he had prepared. Ning Qi saw ingots of dazzling gold. It was different from ordinary gold. He had heard from the teacher that this kind of gold could be used in the immortal sect. If the Ning family wanted to gather these 4,000 taels, it would likely be a severe blow. They would have to dig out all of their savings that they had accumulated over the past few decades. Spiritual Master Ziyang nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the 4,000 taels of gold were instantly put into his sleeve. The Heaven and Earth sleeve was an eye-opener for the Ning family head and the others. Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong were children after all. Although they did not know much about certain things, their eyes were filled with yearning when they saw such a marvelous technique. "You too, come with me." Spiritual Master Ziyang waved at them. "Reverend Ziyang, are you leaving today?" The head of the Ning family was stunned for a moment. "Yes, there's no need to be too involved with the secular world. In the future, if you want to visit them, you can come to the Purple Pure Palace once every 3 years. However, you must bring at least 1,000 taels of pure gold. Only then will the Purple Pure Palace open its doors." Spiritual Master Ziyang chuckled. After he finished speaking, he didn't continue chatting with the crowd. With a wave of his hand, he brought Ning Yanqing and Ning Yandong along as they transformed into a gust of wind. They tore through the sky and instantly disappeared from everyone's field of vision. "Father, we can only visit once every 3 years, and we have to bring 1,000 taels of pure gold each time. Even with our Ning family's wealth, we can't afford that." The eldest son of the Ning family's patriarch, Ning Shuran, smiled bitterly. Then we'll go once every 6 years. In short, Yan Qing and Yan Dong won't suffer in the Purple Pure Palace," the Ning family patriarch said. After saying that, he paused and looked at Ning Qi with a serious expression. "Ning Xian, do you know your mistake?" "Master, what did I do wrong?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The solemn expression on the Ning family's patriarch's face didn't last long. In the end, it turned into a dejected look. "I know that you've been intelligent since you were young, and that you're steady and mature, just like an adult. But do you know that you just missed a great opportunity? The secular cultivation method that spiritual master Zi Yang bestowed must be a peerless martial art." Ning Shuran also nodded slightly. The second son of the Ning family's patriarch, Ning Zishu, sighed softly. "Speaking of this, master, can I learn the Ning family's martial arts?" Ning Qi smiled. "You." The Ning family's patriarch was so angry that he turned around and left. "What a blockhead. Zishu, you'll be teaching Ning Xian martial arts from now on." Ning Shuran patted Ning Qi's head and also got up to leave. He had to think about how to tell his wife that Ning Yanqing had been taken away by spiritual master Zi Yang. "Ning Xian, do you really want to learn martial arts?" Ning Zishu said slowly after a few breaths of silence. Ning Qi nodded slightly. "Originally, our Ning family's martial arts were never taught to outsiders because there were very few martial arts in the world. The qi condensation method passed down by our ancestors was something that our ancestors had gone through untold hardships to obtain from an immortal. But since my father asked me to teach you martial arts, it's obvious that he sees you as a member of the Ning family. I hope you won't let my father and the Ning family down. From tomorrow onwards, your study time will be reduced by half. I'll personally teach you the qi condensation manual." Ning Zishu said. "Thank you, second young master." "Don't call me second young master, call me second uncle. Your father is older than me," Ning Zishu said. Ning Qi smiled and nodded when he heard this. The next day, the teacher seemed to have known that Ning Qi was going to practice martial arts, so he cut the time by half. When he saw Ning Qi walking towards the yard where Ning Zishu was, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Practicing martial arts is not as brilliant as studying." This is the incantation for the first level of the qi condensation manual. Memorize it today. Chapter 4253. In Ning Zishu's eyes, Ning Qi was concentrating on cultivating the qi condensation manual. In fact, Ning Qi was studying the virtual panel in front of him. After coming out of the Great Yin, the system seemed to be a little different. The panel was very simple, with only the qi condensation manual and the plus sign behind it. Does that mean I can directly click the plus sign to upgrade the qi condensation manual? After studying for a long time, Ning Qi decided to try it himself. With an idea, he clicked the plus sign behind the qi condensation manual. Insufficient spiritual energy value to upgrade. The system notification sounded. This sound. It's been a long time. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. Why is this child laughing while cultivating the qi condensation manual? Ning Zishu sat next to the beautiful woman. He had been paying attention to Ning Qi's cultivation so that he could correct it immediately if anything went wrong. However, he found that Ning Qi was smiling. Cultivation methods can't be mastered overnight. He might be thinking of other funny things now. Don't be too strict with Xian. He's only 5 years old after all. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Sigh. Ning Zishu sighed softly, thinking that Ning Qi should have had another encounter. If he hadn't offended Taoist Master Ziyang, the cultivation method he was cultivating now would probably be top-notch in the world. Insufficient spiritual energy value? Ning Qi's heart moved slightly. System, what is the spiritual energy value you mentioned? What's the standard? Everything with spiritual energy can be absorbed and converted into spiritual energy value. The system notification sounded. Everything with spiritual energy value. Ning Qi pondered, paused, and asked again, how much spiritual energy value do I need to upgrade the Qi condensation manual? First level 10. Got it. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and cupped his fists at Ning Zishu and the beautiful woman. Second uncle, second aunt, I suddenly remembered that my mother wants me to go back early today. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Ning Qi turned around and left. Wait! Ning Zishu shouted. Second uncle, is there anything else? Ning Qi turned to look at him. Starting tomorrow, you have to tell your mother that you can't miss any time to cultivate here. Today is your first time cultivating, so I'll let you go. Practicing martial arts is very hard. Back then, even with my talent, I had to spend 3 months to sense my true energy and step into the physical body realm. You have a spiritual root, so a month or 2 should be enough. But if you slack off, you might not be able to reach the first level of the Qi condensation technique even after 3 to 5 years. Do you understand? Ning Zishu said solemnly. Got it. Ning Qi nodded and turned to leave. This child is indeed much more mature than Yan Qing and Yan Dong. Husband, do you think that people with spiritual roots are all different from others? The beautiful woman walked to Ning Zishu's side and looked at Ning Qi's departing figure. She suddenly sighed. Not bad. Ning Zishu nodded slightly. The spirit root is the stepping stone to the immortal sect. It must be extraordinary. Ning Xian is like an adult at such a young age. He must have been influenced by the spirit root. But, Yan Dong. The beautiful woman hesitated. Don't worry, madam. Yan Dong is more mature than ordinary children. His talent may be different from Ning Xian's in cultivation. Ning Zishu smiled. That's true, but we don't know how many years it will be before we see Yan Dong again. If we see him every 3 years, we will have to spend thousands of pure gold. Our Ning family has a large business in Yanqing City, but we can only save 100 or 200 pure gold a year. We can't spend it all on Yan Qing and Yan Dong. The beautiful woman sighed softly. Indeed. Ning Zishu nodded slightly. This time we took out 4,000 pure gold. 2,000 of them were borrowed from the Lin and Huang families. Father tried his best and took out all the Ning family's savings, plus the silver we earned in the past few years, to scrape together 4,000 pure gold. The money used by the immortals is not something we ordinary people can afford. I hope Yan Qing and Yan Dong can work hard and earn more pure gold for the Ning family in the future. Fortunately, it doesn't matter if we don't see Yan Dong. Xian is still in our Ning family. If he succeeds in his studies in the future, he can help our Ning family. The beautiful woman smiled. Indeed. Ning Zishu nodded slightly. He recalled what Immortal Ziyang had said to his father yesterday. Although this child could not enter the immortal sect, he would be of great use in the mortal world. He knew that his father had privately asked Immortal Ziyang to read Ning Qi's fortune. Immortal Ziyang's words were enough to hint to them that Ning Qi was not a cold-blooded person and that the Ning family could use him without worry. Otherwise, the Qi condensation manual would not have been passed on to him so easily. After Ning Qi left Ning Zishu's courtyard, he did not return to his own courtyard. Instead, he went to the courtyard where the Ning family head lived. Hey, Ning Xian, what are you doing here? A young man ran into Ning Qi, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was from a side branch of the Ning family and could be considered a distant relative. Because the Ning family head valued his relatives very much, he had been helping distant relatives for many years. Therefore, there was a large group of distant relatives living in the Ning mansion. They could be considered a family. I heard that master has collected many antiques. I want to see what they look like. Ning Qi smiled. Antiques? Can you understand them? Only the master knows how to appreciate them. I've seen them from afar. They're just vases and jars. There's nothing special about them, but they're extremely expensive. The young man might be a chatterbox, but Ning Chi found him rather long-winded. I'm just curious to see. Ning Chi grinned. His body moved slightly and he nimbly flashed past the young man. This kid. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had already heard that Ning Zishu was personally teaching Ning Chi martial arts. The rest of the Ning mansion had basically been informed as well. Therefore, from now on, no one in the Ning mansion would treat Ning Chi as the son of a servant. The Ning family head's antiques were placed in the study. Without the permission of the master, ordinary people could not set foot there. But Ning Chi was different. He had received a special privilege from a young age. No matter where in the Ning mansion, even the inner courtyard where the women lived, he could step foot there. A servant saw Ning Chi enter the master's study, but he only smiled and ignored him. If it were other children, he might step forward and catch them. But Ning Chi, he was very assured. It was impossible for him to break the master's antique. After all, he was a child prodigy. Entering the study, Ning Chi's eyes moved. With his previous experience, he came to a jade rui. Aura value +1. Sure enough, Ning Chi's eyes lit up slightly. Then he walked around the study. Aura value +1, aura value +1, aura value +2 in an instant. He harvested about 40 aura values from these hundreds of antiques. Many of the antiques had no aura at all. They were likely to be counterfeits. Chapter 42-54. A total of 43 points. After walking around a few times, Ning Chi stopped. He had already taken all the antiques with spiritual qi in them, so he couldn't take any more spiritual qi. He opened the property panel. Ning Chi pressed the plus sign behind the qi condensation technique. A stream of spirit qi like an electric current suddenly appeared in his body. It instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, and layers of black mud were squeezed out of his pores. The process only lasted for a few breaths of time. Ning Chi felt that his small body was full of strength. This was the first time he felt that his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary person after his reincarnation. The first level of the qi condensation technique is the so-called LV1 of the physical body realm. It can add 1,000 pounds of strength? Ning Chi's eyes slightly moved. There was a fake broadsword in the corner of the room. Although there was no spirit qi to be taken from it, its weight should have reached 700 or 800 pounds. Ning Chi walked in front of the broadsword, grabbed it, and then raised it. Swish! The broadsword was lifted up in an instant, and he could even easily wave it a few times. It really had 1,000 pounds of strength. At this moment, the door of the room suddenly opened. Seeing this scene, the Ning family head hurriedly shouted, "Put down my peerless broadsword, that was used by a peerless master 200 years ago." Hearing this, Ning Chi put it down. The Ning family head hurriedly came in front of the broadsword and carefully examined it. Seeing that it was not damaged, he put it back on the shelf. Then he turned around with a stern face and scolded, "Who allowed you to let Ning Xian into my study?" The servants behind him all stared at Ning Chi dumbfoundedly, as if they did not hear the Ning family head's words. The Ning family head also seemed to feel that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Chi with a trace of astonishment in his eyes. "You just... Master, this broadsword is not an antique. It has at least 200 years of history. You must have been cheated," Ning Chi said with a serious face. "Cheated? No, the one who sold me this broadsword was my best friend. This is his collection." The Ning family head shook his head, then reacted and hurriedly said, "That's not what I want to say. How could you lift my peerless broadsword just now? Your strength. First level of qi condensation, 1,000 pounds of strength," Ning Chi said with a smile. First level of qi condensation. Then wouldn't you be at the first level of the physical body realm? The Ning family's patriarch couldn't believe it. He quickly stepped forward and put his hand on Ning Qi's shoulder. Ning Qi felt a stream of true qi flowing from his hand, as if it was circulating around his body. There really is qi in your danci. I just asked Ning Zishu to teach you the qi condensation technique yesterday, and you've already reached the first level of the qi condensation realm in one day. Could it be that those with spirit roots can have such a terrifying speed even when practicing martial arts? The Ning family head was shocked. After a few breaths of time, he immediately turned around and looked at the servants behind him. You haven't seen what happened just now. Do you understand? Patriarch, we understand. We definitely won't reveal anything. From now on, you don't have to practice martial arts with Ning Zishu anymore. I'll teach you the qi condensing technique myself. The master of the Ning family looked at Ning Qi with a dignified face. You must never tell anyone about your cultivation speed, not even your mother. The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind. You should understand this, right? All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He had the same intention. Come to me tomorrow, the master of the Ning family said with a smile. It didn't take long for Ning Qi to return to his small courtyard. The attribute panel showed that the second level of the qi condensing technique still only required 10 points of spiritual energy, which meant that the later levels might only require 10 points of spiritual energy. Ning Qi clicked the plus button again, and the qi condensing technique was upgraded to the second level. He clicked again, and the qi condensing technique was upgraded to the third level. He clicked again, and the qi condensing technique was upgraded to the fourth level. He only had 3 points of spiritual energy left, but his qi condensing technique was upgraded to the fourth level. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ning Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least in the world of the living, he had some ability to protect himself. He was no longer the weak 5-year-old child he used to be. I have to find a way to get some spiritual energy points tomorrow. The next day, Ning Qi came to the master of the Ning family's courtyard. The qi condensing technique is at the fourth level? The master of the Ning family stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Ning Zishu taught you all the qi condensing technique at once? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. Ning Zishu only taught him the first level of the qi condensing technique, but the system didn't seem to care about that. As long as he learned the first level, he would be able to add points like crazy. As long as he had enough spiritual energy points. Forget it. I can't teach you anymore. You reached the fourth level of the qi condensing technique overnight. What a pity. If you hadn't refused Reverend Ziyang that day, he would have given you a better technique. The highest level of the qi condensing technique in the Ning family is only at the 10th level. The master of the Ning family sighed softly. You don't have to come to my place in the future. Just don't show your skills in front of others. You're still too young. It's easy for people to be jealous. Some people might even think that you've obtained Reverend Ziyang's technique and secretly covet it. Got it, master? Ning Qi nodded slightly. After a pause, he smiled and said, Master, I saw the antiques in your study that day and I like them. Where can I see them? He suspected that since the master of the Ning family was a bronze rank expert, the antiques he collected might only be of the lowest level and could only give him 1 or 2 spiritual energy points. If they were really valuable and had been passed down for a long time, he might be able to get a lot of spiritual energy points from them. You like them too? The master of the Ning family's eyes lit up with joy, but then his face darkened. You should focus on practicing martial arts and studying. These things are distracting. I'm already at the 4th level of the qi condensing technique. Ning Qi smiled and said, It'll be good for me to learn more about these things in the future. That makes sense. In fact, you can learn a lot from antique. Let me tell you. Perhaps it was because no one knew what the master of the Ning family liked, not even his son, so he explained a lot to Ning Qi. In the end, he said, if you like them, I'll take you to the auction house in Yanqing City. There are all kinds of antiques there. Master, shall we go now? Ning Qi smiled. Prepare the carriage, prepare the carriage. The master of the Ning family was excited and immediately ordered the servants behind him to prepare the carriage. Soon, the carriage was ready. Ning Qi sat in the carriage with him and left the Ning mansion. Ning Zishu and his wife watched the carriage leave and sighed softly. Why didn't father let you continue to teach Ning Xian? The beautiful woman was puzzled. I don't know. Forget it. We don't need to care about the old man's business. Ning Zishu shook his head slightly, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied. Chapter 42-55. Yanqing City Auction House. Seeing that it was the Ning family head, the steward immediately used the highest standards to welcome him. Of the three major families in Yanqing City, Ning, Huang, and Lin, the Ning family used to be the weakest, but now they were the strongest. Who didn't know that two of the Ning family's disciples had entered the gate of immortality? Master Ning, this is... Steward Lin led the master of the Ning family inside, while quietly sizing up Ning Qi. Ning Xian. The Ning family head smiled faintly. He really is Ning Xian, a child prodigy. Steward Lin's eyes were filled with curiosity, and then he sighed inwardly. The Ning family had 3 people with spirit roots, but 2 of them were accepted into the gate of immortality. Only one had a mixed spirit root and was rejected. But that didn't mean that he was an ordinary person. In just a few years, the entire Yanqing city basically knew that Ning Xian, the son of a servant who wasn't accepted into the gate of immortality, was already a famous child prodigy. At such a young age, he knew as much as an adult. Today was the first time Steward Lin had seen Ning Qi. Seeing that the Ning family head had brought him to the auction house, he knew that the rumors were definitely true. The Ning family no longer treated Ning Xian as a servant. Therefore, when he looked at Ning Qi, his eyes were filled with respect. He didn't dare to be careless. Old master, did you buy all your antiques here? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Yes. The head of the Ning family smiled and said, there are always some good things here. If it wasn't for my face, some of them might not have gotten to me. They would have been bought by the Huang family and the Lin family. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. Since they could sell fake items like the peerless saber here, it didn't seem like there was anything good here. But fortunately, as long as there was enough, he could absorb dozens or hundreds of spirit energy points. Steward Lin, I won't look at the things outside. Bring me to your treasure house. The Ning family head said. This was a specialized antique auction house, but the Ning family head didn't like the things in the hall. He directly asked to choose from the best treasure house. Okay. Steward Lin hurriedly nodded. But when the 2 were about to leave, they realized that Ning Qi was gone. This kid. The head of the Ning clan frowned and found that Ning Qi had already run to every corner of the hall, stopping in front of the antiques. Old Master Ning, why don't I call young Master Xian? Steward Lin said. Forget it. Since he's interested in this Tao, let him see to his heart's content. There's no hurry. The Ning family patriarch said. The 2 of them waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, Ning Qi returned. 20 points of spiritual energy. There were hundreds of antiques in the hall, but only a dozen of them were real, and the value of aura was pitifully low. However, these 20 points were enough for Ning Qi to raise his Qi condensation manual by another 2 levels. His ability to protect himself was a little stronger. Auction house treasury. Steward Lin personally brought Ning Qi and Li Xiandao to the entrance. Upon seeing this, the guards at the entrance immediately let them in. In Yanqing City, apart from a few people, no one else had this kind of treatment. They could only participate in auctions to buy what they wanted. Yo, isn't this Master Ning? Inside the treasury stood an old man, a young man, and a middle-aged man who was dressed similarly to Steward Lin. When he saw the Ning family head, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Ah, it's Master Huang. The Ning family head walked up to him with a smile. He was the Yanking family head of the Huang family. Originally, the relationship between the three families was not very good. However, ever since someone from the Ning family entered an immortal sect and the Huang family took out a sum of pure gold to support the Ning family's family head, the relationship between the two sides became much better. Occasionally, they would quarrel when they met. The Huang family head had a little girl with him. She was about the same age as Ning Qi, and she was his granddaughter. She was also one of the countless children born in Yanking City that day. At this moment, she was looking at Ning Qi curiously. This is who? The Huang family head's gaze suddenly fell on Ning Qi. He was a little curious. He knew that Ning Yandong and Ning Yanqing had already followed immortal Ziyang to cultivate. The only person who could be brought by the Ning family head was Ning Qi. Ning Xian, this is Master Huang. The Ning family head smiled faintly, a hint of pride on his face. Master Huang. Ning Qi cupped his fists, but his gaze fell on the antiques around the treasure vault. The treasure vault was very big. There were many shelves with antiques on them. Oh, Master Ning, this child is just like you. He also likes these things. The Huang family head said with a smile. Yes, Ning Xian, go take a look yourself. I'll have a chat with Master Huang. The Ning family head nodded with a smile. Ning Qi couldn't have asked for more. He walked directly to a giant cauldron in the center of the treasure vault. He vaguely felt that this giant cauldron contained a lot of spirit qi. He had noticed it the moment he entered the treasure vault. This might be the reason why people with spirit roots were more sensitive to spirit qi than ordinary people. He walked to the giant cauldron. Spirit qi value plus 100. In an instant, Ning Qi's spirit qi value increased by 100. Now it was a total of 123. Not to mention upgrading 2 levels, it was enough to upgrade the qi condensation manual to the maximum. He even had to consider finding a stronger cultivation method, because he heard that the qi condensation manual could only be cultivated to the 10th level of the physical body realm. However, in the Jianghu, the 10th level of the physical body realm was also a first-class expert. The Ning family head, who was only at the 7th level of the physical body realm, could dominate a region. Brother, what are you looking at? A soft voice came from behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi turned around and found it was the little girl with Master Huang. If Leng Ming and the others were reincarnated on the same day as me, they would be the same age as this little girl. Ning Qi sighed softly in his heart, then smiled and said, What's your name? My name is Huang Xian. The little girl said. It's a nice name. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and walked to the next antique. This time, he could earn a lot of spirit qi in this treasure vault. Seeing this, Huang Xian hurriedly followed and looked at Ning Qi curiously. It was a piece of jade, carved into the shape of Maitreya Buddha. Ning Qi approached. Spirit qi value plus 5. Ning Qi approached another armchair. No spirit qi value, fake. After walking around, he found a lot of fakes, but the proportion of authentic ones was still quite large. Spirit qi value plus 1, spirit qi value plus 2, spirit qi value plus 4. When the Ning family head and Master Huang were almost done talking and called the two over, Ning Qi had already collected all the antiques in the treasure vault and collected a total of 360 spirit qi value. The two of you look very compatible. Master Ning, what do you think? Do you want to consider what I just said? The Huang family head glanced at Ning Qi with a smile, then looked at the Ning family head with a touch of expectation in his eyes. The marriage. The Ning family head pondered. Marriage? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Chapter 4256. Old Master Ning, don't forget that when you first came to our Huang family, you gave us 1,000 pieces of pure gold. The Huang family head said with a smile. I'll always remember this favor. Can you stop talking about it all the time? The master of the Ning family snorted and said, They are still too young for me to make a decision. Although Ning Xian can't enter the celestial sect, he is still a top-notch talent in the secular world. No one in Yanqing City can compare to him in martial arts or literature. Martial arts? Ning Xian has the talent to practice martial arts? Yes, how can a person with spiritual roots not practice martial arts? The Huang family head's eyes lit up. The Ning family head seemed to feel that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he said something vague, using Ning Qi's young age as an excuse to change the topic. Xian, you're interested in antique. What do you like in here? The Ning family head said with a smile. Ning Qi shook his head. Old master, are there any other auction houses in Yanqing City? Young master Ning Xian, you don't like the things here. Steward Lin's expression changed slightly. No, there's only this one. The Ning family head shook his head slightly. Since you don't like them, let's go back. He looked at Steward Lin. Steward Lin, remember to inform me when something good arrives. Of course, of course. Rest assured, old Master Ning, I'll definitely inform you as long as there's something good. Steward Lin hurriedly said. Humph. The Huang family head snorted. Steward Lin smiled apologetically. Same to you, old Master Huang. Kid, look at my granddaughter. She's fair and chubby, and she looks blessed. Not bad, right? I'll let her go to the Ning mansion to play with you often. You have to take good care of her. The Huang family head looked at Ning Qi with a smile in his eyes. If he could unite with the Ning family through marriage, it would be of great benefit to the Huang family in the future. Moreover, Ning Qi had spiritual roots, so he was smart from a young age. When he had a great-grandson in the future, the Huang family would also benefit. Yes, old Master Huang. Do you have any antiques in your house? Ning Qi's eyes moved as he cupped his fists and smiled. The Huang family's patriarch was overjoyed. Yes, do you want to come with me to take a look? Ning Xian, haven't you seen enough in my study? The Ning family's patriarch glared at him. Master, you should broaden your horizons. Ning Qi smiled. Master Ning, don't worry. He will go back with me later. I will send him safely back to the Ning family before dinner, okay? The head of the Huang family said with a smile. You really want to go? The Ning family head hesitated for a moment before asking Ning Qi. If it was another child, he wouldn't have asked so many questions. However, he had always known that Ning Qi was mature from a young age, so he still had to ask for his own opinion on this matter. I'll just take a look, Ning Qi said. He would not give up this opportunity. He even thought of paying a visit to the Lin family if he had the chance in the future. Also, those rich families in Yanqing City would more or less have a few antiques at home, right? All right then. The master of the Ning family nodded and glanced at the master of the Huang family. Master Huang, if Ning Xian loses even a strand of his hair, don't blame me for falling out with you. Why don't Master Ning come along too? The master of the Huang family smiled. I won't go. The master of the Ning family shook his head and glanced greedily at the antiques around him. Obviously, he had changed his mind and decided to stay to look at the new goods in the auction house. The carriage drove towards the Huang family. The master of the Huang family looked curiously at Ning Qi, who was sitting cross-legged. He suddenly asked, Ning Xian, I heard that you have been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics since you were young? A little. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Did the Ning family teach you the Qi condensation manual? The master of the Huang family asked again. No. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. It seems that the Ning family only hopes that you can make some progress in the literary Tao. But it is a pity that a smart person like you doesn't walk the literary Tao. The master of the Huang family smiled. Ning Qi continued the conversation. Not long after, the carriage entered the Huang family's residence. Because he had promised Ning Qi to show him his collection, Master Huang did not break his promise. He took Ning Qi and Huang Xian to the study. His study was smaller than the master of the Ning families, but Ning Qi found that his eyesight might be much better than the master of the Ning family. Some of the antiques in the room were quite spiritual. Only a few of them were fakes. Spiritual energy value +1, spiritual energy value +1, spiritual energy value +2, spiritual energy value +5, spiritual energy value +1, spiritual energy value +1000. There seemed to be something strange mixed in. Ning Qi's footsteps paused slightly. His eyes fell on somewhere in the cabinet. There was a tray with a black stone on it. The 1000 spiritual energy value was drawn from this stone. The stone was round and seemed to have been specially polished. Seeing Ning Qi stop, the master of the Huang family said with a smile, "You think this thing is interesting? Speaking of which, I saved a swordsman in the Jianghu when I was young. In order to repay my kindness, he gave this ancestral item to me. I kept it as a memento. Now that 50 or 60 years have passed, I wonder what that swordsman has become." Swordsman? Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. This thing might be a sword pill that had not been recognized as its master. If it could turn into a flying sword at any time. The ancestor of the swordsman might also have been a member of the celestial sect. However, his descendants declined, and he didn't even know the origin of this thing. Due to fate, it fell into the hands of the master of the Huang family. He also didn't know that this suspected sword pill contained an extremely large amount of spiritual power. Even Ning Qi himself, if it wasn't for the system absorbing 1000 spiritual energy value from it, he might have overlooked this point. Since reincarnation, all his supernatural powers had basically been abolished. Even his thoughts and senses were only a little stronger than ordinary people. Only his eyesight and knowledge could be preserved. However, his previous knowledge might not be applicable in this world of the living. The cultivation methods of the great Yin world were useless in the world of the living. "It's very good." Ning Qi nodded. However, now that the spiritual energy had been absorbed by him, this sword pill had become an ordinary item. Even if it was obtained by the people of the celestial sect, it would be useless. "If you like it, I'll give it to you," the master of the Huang family said with a smile. "Give it to me." Ning Qi hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded slightly and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Huang." Although this sword pill had lost its spiritual energy, it was enough for Ning Qi to understand the uniqueness of this magic treasure in the world of the living. "Master, the young lady is back." Suddenly, there was a shout of surprise from the servant outside the door. "Huang Xianer, that girl is finally willing to come back?" The master of the Huang family was slightly stunned. Then he immediately broke the door and left Ning Qi and Huang Xian in the study. "Who is Huang Xianer?" Ning Qi looked at Huang Xian. "She seems to be." And Huang Xian was also a little uncertain. Ning Qi nodded, and then he walked around again. After taking away all the spiritual qi he could, his spiritual qi value had reached 1,500 points. Ning Qi glanced at Huang Xian, then smiled and began to add points to the qi condensation manual like crazy. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. With only 60 points of spiritual energy, Ning Qi's qi condensation manual reached Level 10. The power in his body was extremely strong. "Can I add more points?" Seeing that the plus sign was still there, Ning Qi's heart moved slightly, and he tentatively clicked again. Level 11. The spiritual energy and power in his body both skyrocketed. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.